it was very critical to find out what resource can have multiplier effect within the community. You look at the cow giving you milk for nutrition, but also milk for money. You get the dung, which gets into the fertilizer for your crops, to biogas. And so all these are basically around one animal, which is the cow. And that's why the cow was chosen to be a key element in addressing the aspects of poverty in the communities we are serving, but also looking at environmental mitigation.
Had the Heifer not come to the northern Uganda by now, the situation would be bad. There would be no help to help our children. Some of them would have not even be alive by now because we could not take them to the hospital. They would not have gone to school.
There are many people I meet around town, and if I introduce myself that I work for Heifer, they tell me, you know what, we got a cow from Heifer, and that cow enabled to pay my school fees, and that's why I'm a bank manager. So you could see that over time, Heifer's work and projects have been sustainable.
The HPI were already giving animal to Church of Uganda. Then after that, they came and they gave us one animal.
Ano diang enini matiri makimina ki group ki bor la fu la wara matiri ana chagwakane alibario kapawia ario.
We were 7 women. Then other women started joining us later. When they came for the second time, they found that we had prepared more farmers and better preparation. They gave us 9 animals. That is how it started.
Bargaining for the price was not a problem because we were collecting the milk there at the dairy. Everywhere they were asking for my milk, even up to now. They come almost daily. They want milk. They say my milk is good. They don't want the other milk of the other people. They say they infiltrate it.
At first, people had another idea altogether of a Frisian, that keeping the Frisian cow was only for rich people. It's only Heifer that came up and emphasized that even poor people can rear such a cows. So when we learned the training and we started training these people, finally, they too realized that they can manage.
Tumaze mufumbo emyaka 4 ate ne tutandika okulonda mu mwaka gwa 1994 n'ente ya Mado Heifer.
Mukulu Reverend Father Peter Senkai ng'ayita muno n'abakulu abalala aga ffe tujja kuwenda tukunnyonnyole n'ente bwetambula. Baagimpa nga nnyana naye ng'erina eggwako. Wano wennyini we tuyimiridde emmotoka we yayimirira n'evaako. Ente yansanyusa nagyagala. Awo we nnyingirira mu bulunzi buno.
Most of the cattle were kept in large scale, no paddocks, but Heifer brought in zero grazing for the small scale farmers. And in order to implement it, we had to emphasize training of farmers.
Ente eyinza okufa. Mulino ogamba nti diversion eriwa era n'agitandika ddi. In that tekimu ku byo bukiba ng'ekikola bwe kino kisigala nga kisitandinga. Kati ekyo obwongo ne bukireeta mangu tetujja kubeera ku nte kwokka. Naye katugatteko n'enkoko.
Heifer has helped us to mobilize the farmers. They help us to educate the farmers. We started with a core of 2,000 liters and 20 members. Now, over the years, today, we have about 400 members, but we serve 800 farmers. So there are farmers who bring milk to us, but who are not members. The cooperative bulks or collects 35,000 liters of milk a day. A year, we sell milk of about 14 billion. Now, if we break that one into 12 months, you can see it is of a billion per month. And we pay twice a month. So it's like 600 million for 15 days. Now, that money, we don't take it as a cooperative. Actually, we collect very little. From a liter of milk, we get only 200 shillings. So the bulk of the money goes to the farmers. So you can imagine a community like this one getting over 600 million per 15 days. The impact is very tremendous.
omuntu oruwenka nahendeka munonga konka nitukorera omu group nkitwangwire, and even government neyenda groups.
First of all, it's about organizing them into viable producer organization or farmer entities. Number two, it's about building their capacity, capacity to ensure that they have the technical skills that can enable them to be able to produce efficiently and effectively. And that's why we focus on that skills enhancement.
Tuzeereza ebyokurya supplementinga konka obungi tukabiha nabo Heifer International yabene twegesa aba South African Diaries tukaba twine community facilitators abemba tushemesa.
Today, Heifer Uganda's market systems development approach extends even farther. It focuses on creating an enabling environment for farmers by strengthening market linkages, promoting financial inclusion, technology, and fostering partnerships.
We've seen a young person from knowing nothing about business to being incubated and setting up enterprises, and the enterprises are growing.
I'm a subsistence farmer who used the nut to grow big part of ground nuts. I was not taking the agriculture as a business. I was harvesting just a benzene. After joining this organization, we put some commitment like it was 50,000 shillings. They gave us 50 kilograms of ground nuts and 25 kilograms of DAP we used in the garden. So from there, I got 1 acre. I cultivated it and I harvested 12 sacks from it.
We have another investment which is called AYUTE, and AYUTE is an acronym of A, agriculture, Y, youth, and T, technology. And our thinking was, if you combine the energy of a young African, combine it with technology, it can spark the transformation of the agriculture sector. We have one young interesting guy called Salim. He came up with a simple idea. So instead of farmers going to the markets and they buy tomato seeds and they plant, most times those farmers were being faced with the challenge of getting what we call a bright wilt. For him, he started grafting tomatoes. So when you plant it, you're sure that you're not going to lose your crop. It will sprout, grow, and then you can be able to harvest your tomatoes.
A farmer loses between 20 to 30% of the seeds or the seedlings at the nursery stage, simply because of the poor management practices. The focus is more on the root system. Once you transplant, we assure you 98% of your seedlings will pick up.
We've set ourselves that by 2030, globally, we want to engage close to about 30 million smallholder farmers, and we're committed. And our focus is really going to be a lot on empowering women, empowering youth, empowering marginalized communities to meaningfully engage in the money economy, because that's what guarantees sustainability, that's what guarantees resilience.
If you are ready to be part of this transformative journey, visit www.heifer.org or speak to our team today.
our guest of honor, retired Lieutenant Colonel Bright Ramirama. Honorable, it's a pleasure to have you here. Let's give him a big round of applause. Captains of industry, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I don't feel the energy in the room. I think there's a problem. Honorable Minister, I'd like to actually just signal a challenge that we have, not just as Africans, but as human beings. There's a challenge that most times when you come for events like this, Honorable, you'll sit with people whom you know and you have not broken the ice. And what happens is that for an organization that has been in existence since 1944, the only reason why we have managed to stay in existence is because of collaboration and partnerships. So what we'd like to do is that we'd like to ask us all to create new partnerships and collaborations today, immediately. So what we're going to do is we're going to stand up and meet 2 or 3 new people whom you don't know now. Everybody up, let's meet new friends now. Ivan, play something for me, please. Only people that you don't know. It's imperative that you meet people you don't know. You can even meet honorable ministers and country directors. Feel free. Feel free to do so. Wonderful, wonderful. I'd like to ask everybody to take their seats. Please take your seats. So now that we know our neighbors, maybe it's important for us to set the stage and we understand why we're here. We're here to celebrate progress and share lessons. But you see, for you to understand the lessons that we're talking about, maybe it's good to paint a picture. Reason being that more times than not, when you have complex workshops like these, there's so much information that's disseminated, so many statistics. And sometimes the message gets lost in the statistics. So the best thing to do is to actually tell you a story. So the story I'd like to tell you is one where I'd like to close your eyes for a second and imagine just outside the outskirts of the central region, in a village, there are chickens clucking, a cow is mooing in the background there, and there's laughter and there's happiness. Now that is the future of the agri-food sector that we're looking for. Today, Heifer International invites us on a journey. We've talked about something called from cow to capital, but we have to understand where we've come from as an organization. Back in the past, there used to be a story about direct delivery, training, providing livestock, community ownership. But you see, things have changed over time, and now we're moving towards the future, the now, the tomorrow. Market systems, partnerships, financing. What is it that we can do together to be able to increase the impact that we have? So the stories that we're going to hear today are the stories of yesteryear, but then also the hopes and the promises of the future. This particular forum is not just a ceremony, but it is a commitment to tomorrow. It's a catalyst. So we're going to hear so many different ideas that we've adopted, ideas that we'd like to adopt, ideas about partnerships, and commitments that we can make before we leave here today. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's my great pleasure to welcome you to the Signature Program Forum 2026. And to do that, you need somebody who's actually been on this journey for actually over a decade plus. He leads the strategic direction of Heifer International Uganda. And as he comes up, I'd like him to answer just one question for me. I'd like you to tell me, William, what is that one thing that you've seen change over the years as you've been part of the journey with Heifer International Uganda? Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the country director, Heifer International Uganda, Sir William Matovu.
Each hand held tight, we move as one, guided by what's right. I belong at Heifer. We listen, we grow, we lead with care. With humans and leadership everywhere. This is more than work, it's where we thrive. Where purpose and people come alive.
Thank you, DJ. Thank you, Mitch. And you begin by asking a very provoking question. And the quick answer I will provide is that for me as a person, I'm taking off the quotes that all the chapters that you give me, a country director, etc. But as a citizen of Uganda, as an individual, I'm really proud of seeing the transformation and an impact that happens in the communities where we work. If I see that by just providing an individual with empowerment of knowledge, and that individual uses that knowledge to be able to change the space he lives in by making use of the resources which they have, for me is extremely very empowering and quite impactful. So for me, it's about how humans, if empowered with knowledge and resources, the way they are able to transform their own livelihoods is extremely very exciting. And that's why I'm proud of being part of Heifer for over a decade, as you've already indicated. And I'm sure myself and other colleagues will be able to share that sort of impact as we move along across the day. But I would want to go to now the formal bit of things. Honorable Minister, Honorable Right Colonel Retired Bright Ramirama, Minister of State for Agriculture, Minister of State for Animal Industry, we very much happy to have you here because much as you are coming in in a capacity of the chief guest, but you know that you're a good friend of Heifer, and most important of all, a good friend of the sector, more so the dairy sector. So I will want to ask the congregation to put their hands together for appreciating Honorable Bright for being here. So the guest of honor, members of the Fourth Estate, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's my great pleasure to welcome you to the Heifer International Uganda Signature Program Forum 2026. and to thank all partners and stakeholders for joining us today. We appreciate you according us time. We know out of your busy schedule, you chose to come to be part of us, and that demonstrates a sign of partnership. So once again, thank you very much. Thank you very much. And we look forward to see you another time when we call upon you. Our theme is celebrating progress, sharing lessons, shaping the future of the agri-food sector in Uganda. And the first video which was shown there was able to demonstrate part of the journey. And again, we're going to be talking about our journey over the 44 years, what we've been able to learn, what we've been able to achieve, but most important of all, what our commitment is moving forward. So in consideration of that theme, the theme of today, it enables us to reflect why we are here. Number one, to celebrate our achievements, reflect on the lessons which you've learned as an organization over the 44 years, and strengthen partnerships that drive more competitive, inclusive, and sustainable agri-foods and a sustainable agri-food sector. Heifer International has been in Uganda since 1982. And it established itself as a project, and later on it registered as an NGO sometime in 1990. Good enough, in this room, I have somebody who has been part of that story, Dr. Makuru, and she'll be able to share with us how the journey was since the inception of Heifer in Uganda. Over the past 44 years, we've evolved from supporting vulnerable farming households through livestock to strengthening agricultural value chains, to organizing farmer institutions, to supporting agribusinesses, to enabling farmers get connected to markets, to changing rural livelihoods. To date, we work across 5 anchor value chains, and those include the dairy value chain, beef value chain, poultry, horticulture, and oilseeds, including swine, and also swine. But that does not mean that those are the only value chains that we would want to work on, because our mission is very clear: to end hunger and poverty while caring for the earth. The value chains I'm mentioning are the anchor value chains because we think that they can easily support women empowerment, they can quickly support job creation for young people, and that they can quickly transform household. That has been our learning over a period of time. And while we work on those value chains, we integrate technology, we enable access to finance, we work on renewable energy, we support actors within those value chains to get connected to insurance, we focus on mechanization, and among all, we work on market development issues. Together with our partners, we've reached more than 5 million smallholder farmers for the 44 years of our existence. And over that time, we've been able to create close to about 400,000 agribusiness jobs and supported more than 100,000 enterprises. Many of them are women and youth-led. Behind any number that we share and we talk about, a farmer is increasing productivity, a young person is getting to work, not just getting to work, but is getting towards meaningful jobs. And a woman is growing her business, and a household is building resilience. So therefore, we thank you for the partnership over those number of years, because without you as partners, we wouldn't have been able to achieve that success. These achievements have been made possible through the strong partnerships and initiatives which we've implemented over a period of time. And some of them include the East Africa Development Program, some of them include the Strengthening Agribusiness for Youth Employment, among others, which have been transformative across the country and across a number of regions where we've had a footprint. Our work is very much aligned with especially government strategy. And more so, moving forward, our work will be aligned with the Ugandan National Development Plan 4, particularly on the pillar that concerns agro-industrialization, which prioritizes value addition, market access, science and technology, farm organization, and sustainable agricultural growth. As we look ahead, our focus will be beyond increasing production and productivity. We will commit to work with partners to engage close to 1 million smallholder farmers by 2030 to build thriving, resilient lives by advancing what we've termed as regenerative farmer-led food system. And again, my colleagues are going to break down some of those concepts later on. We'll continue to invest in women and young people because that's extremely important for our country. We'll be making agriculture more attractive, especially to young people through innovation and technology and connecting to commercial opportunities. But we realize, despite the fact that we are making that commitment, we're realizing that climate change is ravaging farmer investments. Hence, we intend to accelerate climate-smart agriculture, renewable energies, water management investments, and climate risk solutions like agri-insurance to strengthen farmer resilience. Transforming Uganda's agriculture requires collaboration, and that's why we are calling upon collaboration and partnerships with all of you. And to begin with the government, the farmer organizations, the private sector, and other development actors who can support the work we do or who we can collaborate with to ensure that we can realize the goal for which we are setting for ourselves. And all those players have a critical role to play. We're just becoming as transparent as possible that we don't have all the strengths within ourselves. We only gather strength when we are together, and therefore we seek your collaboration and partnership if at all we're going to be able to reach out to the 1 million smallholder farmers by 2030 as we are committing. So our collective responsibility is to bring these strengths together as much as possible. Honorable Minister, as we deliberate today, we're reaching out to these partners to request them to share with us their thoughts and insights on especially what we will be unveiling as our signature program. And as we do so, we request you, ladies and gentlemen, to support us especially on these specific areas. How can we better increase production and productivity while protecting the environment? How can you better support us in that area? Number two, how can we better accelerate creating of dignified jobs for young people in this country and also for women? Because those categories of people are extremely very important for causing socio-economic transformation in our rural areas, in our household, in our communities, and as a country at large. Above all, we are seeking partnership to accelerate technology, innovation, and access to finance, knowledge, information, quality inputs, and reliable markets so that we are able to reach and enable the 1 million farmer to be having resilient livelihoods. Ladies and gentlemen, as I conclude, the success of this forum will not be measured by the discussion we're going to be having today only, but by the partnerships we nurture, especially after this event. It will be measured by the actions which we take after we make the commitments we make at the end of this meeting and also in the small groups and the small discussions that we're going to be having. Ladies and gentlemen, let us celebrate our progress. Let us learn together because it's not Heifer's progress, it's a collective progress. It's learning and sharing experience, which collectively we've been able to achieve together. It's about working together to shape the future of a farmer in Uganda, to shape the future of the agri-food sector in our country. Thank you very much for listening to me, and I wish you nice deliberation. Thank you once again. And at this juncture, I will request the Master of Ceremony to allow me invite our chief guest, Honorable Bright. We know that he's a busy person. He has a number of things to do, to come and speak to us and subsequently open our forum. Honorable. I think that clap is not enough to a minister who supports a sector passionately.
Representatives from government ministries, departments and agencies, country director and the leadership of Heifer International Uganda, representatives of development partners and donor agencies, representatives of private sector and financial institutions, researchers, innovators, academia, and members of the academia, young entrepreneurs and women entrepreneurs in development, members of the media, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. On behalf of Minister of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries, and on my own behalf, it is a great honor for me to join you at Heifer International Uganda Signature Program Forum 2026. I congratulate Heifer International Uganda upon celebrating 40 years of supporting agriculture in Uganda. I am particularly here both in person and in my official capacity, but most importantly, that I've been a friend to Heifer International. A friendship or partnership. Unlike many NGOs who come in the country, register and do things you cannot trace and understand, Heifer International works with us. It's one of those organizations that actually works with government on program approach. And whatever they have done, we recognize it because we work together. One of the videos that was being shown here is from Duaniro cooperatives. And I saw the council. Council, are you here? Are there any member from Duaniro? Yes, they are there. We've been with Heifer, with DDA, so we work together. The theme, celebrating progress, sharing relations, sharing the future of the agri-food sector, is timely and closely aligned with the government vision of building a competitive, profitable, sustainable, and commercially oriented agriculture sector. This forum gives us an opportunity not only to recognize progress, but also to honestly examine the challenges facing our farmers, learn from the successful interventions, and agree on the partnership required to transform Uganda's agriculture sector. For more than 4 decades, the government of Uganda has had the privilege of partnering with Heifer International in transforming agriculture and improving rural livelihoods. Since establishing operations in Uganda in 1982, Heifer has grown from supporting vulnerable farming households with livestock to becoming one of government's most trusted strategic partners in building competitive and agricultural value chains. we in the Ministry of Agriculture, we agreed and moved on a policy when we intervene on any enterprise, we intervene at all levels along the value chain. And I'm happy that we are doing so well with Heifer International. Over the years, Heifer has supported more than 1 million farming families across 57 districts of Uganda, helping them transform from subsistence farming to profitable agribusinesses. Through investing in dairy, beef, poultry, and horticulture, and oilseeds, Heifer has consistently demonstrated that when farmers are organized, connected to markets, and equipped with the right technologies, agriculture becomes viable business capable of lifting households out of poverty. I've shared this with them, and we agree. You have heard the president talking about this, and this is the way to go. Government has witnessed this evolution firsthand. Programs such as the East African Dairy Development, that is EADD project, laid the foundation for stronger dairy cooperatives and improved milk marketing. Today, initiatives like Green Dairy Investment Program are helping modernize Uganda's dairy sector through renewable energy, climate-smart technologies, and stronger farmers' organizations. Likewise, the stimulating agribusiness for young people, youth employment project is opening opportunities for 250,000 young people in Busoga to build a dignified career in agribusiness, while the Ayute African Challenge is demonstrating that technology and innovation can make agriculture attractive and profitable for Uganda's youth. It is a policy of our government to empower the youth and women. And in fact, it is a constitutional matter. In all our laws, it is covered. When you empower the youth, you are guaranteed tomorrow. I want to salute Heifer International for riding on government back on this journey, and pledge that we shall support you all the way. Government also appreciates Heifer's leadership in pioneering innovation financing model that connect cooperatives and farmers to financial institutions, enabling investment in productive assets, renewable energy, value addition, enterprise growth. This approach complements government vision of increasing agricultural productivity while strengthening resilience and competitiveness. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, one of the greatest challenges we face in agriculture in third world is cheap capital for financing. Our government has come up with parish development model to deal with the smallholders, but we have also come up with a program to deal with medium and large farmers. Agriculture finance is very important. To this end, I want to salute Heifer International for also looking in the direction where government is going and also assisting our farmers, especially the vulnerable youth and women in farming communities. The fourth National Development Plan covering the financial year 2025-26 to 2029-30 seeks to achieve higher household income, full connection of the economy and employment for sustainable socio-economic transformation. Its overall theme is sustainable industrialization for inclusive growth, employment, and wealth creation. Agriculture is central to achieving this ambition. Under NDP 4, the agro-industrialization program seeks to increase value addition to agricultural products. It's one way to produce. It's another way to sustainable produce. And sustainable produce, it means that you must access the market. The challenge we have now is the numbers. When you access the market, you must have the volume to sustain the niche market and make sure you get supply. And the only way to do it is to increase productivity and apply science in our production system, and also incorporate climate smart practices to ensure that we guarantee the future. It prioritizes the development and operationalization of value addition infrastructure, stronger harvest and post-harvest handling, increases agricultural production and competitiveness, specialized extension services, science, technology, and innovation, farmer field schools and cooperatives, de-risking agro-industry, eliminating counterfeit, poor quality inputs, and strong policy, legal, institutional framework. These priorities are strongly reflected in the work being undertaken by Heifer International and its partners. I don't want to risk to mention the partners in case I forget one and cause a problem, but government appreciates your effort in this regard. As government, we highly value this enduring partnership. We commend Heifer International for its unwavering commitment to Uganda's agricultural transformation agenda and for continuously adapting its programming to meet the country's evolving development priorities. We remain committed to working together to build an inclusive, climate resilient, and commercially competitive agricultural sector that creates jobs, improves household incomes, and contributes to Uganda's long-term prosperity and, of course, GDP. The government of Uganda remains committed to working with Heifer International and all stakeholders represented here to build an agricultural sector that is productive, competitive, inclusive, climate resilient, and capable of providing sustainable income for Ugandan farming households. Let us transform agriculture from subsistence into a modern business. Let us ensure that every intervention results in higher productivity, better quality products, stronger enterprises, more jobs, and increased household incomes. And let us work together to position Uganda as a leading producer, processor, exporter, and high quality product source. Thank you for your attention. I wish you a very fruitful celebrations, and of course celebrations that include planning for the future. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Ladies and gentlemen, our guest of honor, retired Honorable Lieutenant Colonel Bright Ramirama. Let's give him a round of applause. I'd like to call back to the stage our country director, Mr. William Matovu, to do a special task. William, on your shoulders lie the responsibility of recognizing our government partners, former country directors, and distinguished contributors to the journey that we have undertaken as Heifer International Uganda. Ladies and gentlemen, can we please prepare our awards? Our first recognition and award goes to the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industries and Fisheries. Big round of applause. I'd like to call upon the Honorable Minister to receive it on behalf of the Ministry. Big round of applause. Let's give them a big round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, our next award goes to the Minister of Agriculture. Big round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, our next award goes to Dr. Margaret Makuru. She served as Deputy Director many years ago. Let's give her a huge round of applause. The next award goes to Dr. Patrick Nalere. I think we have a representative. Used to be a former country director. Let's give him a big round of applause. Next, we'd like to give one out to Dr. Bernard Muyeya, the first country director. Let's give a round of applause. Dorothy, if you could come and kindly receive on his behalf. Dorothy is his granddaughter. So let's give a big round of applause. Congratulations and thank you so much. Up next, we would like to, Honorable Minister and Country Director, we'd like to kindly ask that you stay on stage. We'd like to take some photos. Could we have all the awardees kindly join on stage? Please join. Dr. Makuru, please join on stage with your awards. All the awardees, please join on stage. Give them a round of applause. We thank you for your service. Please take your seats. We'd like to ask the next group, the senior leadership team, kindly join on stage. Senior leadership team from Heifer International Uganda, please make your way quickly to the stage. Senior leadership team, please.
I'll see the PTR.
We'd like to kindly ask all the panelists who will be presenting today to be on standby, because you'll be next up on stage and you'll be joining all the panelists who have sessions upcoming later on today. Panelists, can you please join the senior management team? Senior management team, please don't leave. Can we have all the panelists? Mr. Nelson Kasada, Mr. Peter Senkungu, Mr. Joseph Lutwama, Mr. Robert Paul Wamulima, all the panelists who will be presenting today. Doctor, please join. Miss Monica Lungo, Dr. Juliet Sentumbwe, Dr. Margaret Makuru, please join. Thank you very much, leadership team and the panelists. Let's give a big round of applause to our guest of honor, ladies and gentlemen. So, ladies and gentlemen, our next special performance is not just any performance. He's an award-winning spoken word artist and a poet who has graced stages across Africa and beyond. From the streets of Kampala to the Africa Food Forum in Dakar, Senegal, his poetry has sparked conversations, shifted mindsets, and moved audiences. Please welcome a man who needs no introductions whatsoever. Wake the poet.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We've just had breakfast, no? So, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, that's better. Please allow me to stand on the existing protocol. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Wake, and it's such an absolute honor for me to stand before you today to share this poem. I am a poet, and I'm excited to be here. The poem that I'm going to share is called From Cow to Capital. That's the title, From Cow to Capital. And I would like to perform with you. Are you ready to perform with me? All right. So your part is very simple, okay? There are 3 very simple parts. The first part, when you hear me say, Heifer International Uganda was born, I want you to make a celebratory noise in celebration of Heifer Uganda. Can we try? Heifer International Uganda was born. Bajenzi. Okay, let's try one more time. Heifer International Uganda was born. Yes, this side has a lot of energy. This side, we are coming. Your second part is when I say one cow, you say at a time. Very simple, right? One cow. One cow. And then the last part is the title of the poem. So when I say from cow, you say to capital. It's very simple, right? Are we ready to perform together? Okay, let's go, Ivan. Over 40 years ago, the Pearl of Africa received a gentle knock on her door. A knock from a different kind of crop of ideas that would redefine the scope of agriculture here. And with a heart full of hope, this landlocked land unlocked her doors and let in a breath of innovation like never before. She let in a trailblazing idea that would later make the lives of her smallholder farmers better. See, over 40 years ago, a significant seed was sown A seed that has blossomed into many platforms that have transformed agriculture back home. See, over 40 years ago, Heifer International Uganda was born. A new dawn. A new dawn began to take root as we took on the challenge to uproot poverty and hunger from the grassroots. Our commitment unshaken, our devotion unbroken. We set out on a purpose so simple yet sublime. A mission to raise the standard of lives. One cow, one at a time. Livelihoods began to lift as communities kept passing on the gift. One cow. The youth began to milk opportunities and women began to drink from the cup of equality. One cow. Smallholder farmers began to rise, and soon we saw the rise of cooperative enterprise. One cow. The farmers, more organized, began to realize access to better markets of bigger size. One cow at a time, the farmers unified, and our strategy diversified. From cow to capital. From cow to capital, and the impact is practical. Today we empower farmers to redefine agriculture, from dairy to oilseeds, poultry to horticulture. We irrigate innovation with access to finance. We fertilize production with technology that's diverse. We carefully cultivate the crop of inclusiveness and labor to level the field of agribusiness. And we mean business from cow to capital. The impact is practical. We reinforce resilience with access to insurance. We catalyze competition with confidence and boldness. We help farmers make the most of their harvest by granting them access to supply chains and markets. From cow to capital. From cow, our programs are practical, stimulating agribusiness for youth employment. A UTE Africa Challenge, the next gen involvement. The Green Dairy Project, climate smart investment. Renewable energy, we have the Dream Project. Tractors for Africa, mechanization projects. From cow to capital. From cow, the harvest is practical. But this harvest would not be possible without you, our partners who help us to sow. Together, we have watered the seeds of hope and seen them grow. Together, we've ignited the youth and seen them glow. Together, we are writing a story of impact unfathomable. Together, nothing is impossible. The vision is attainable. From cow, the impact is practical. Listen to the statistics. A tale of triumph is told within the digits. Over 5 million farmers reached, millions of farming households assisted in more than 50 plus districts, over 400,000 jobs created, and women are also making some money. Thousands of enterprises supported, billions the amount of savings reported in thousands of saving groups that formed, all as a result of a methodology transformed. These and more are fruits of the seeds we've sown for 40 years and more. These and more are more than just a program or business agenda. No, they are a lifeline for smallholder farmers in Uganda. See, for 40 years and more, we have labored on this agribusiness field. Many families' stomachs and pockets have been filled, but yet there is still more to be fulfilled. More land to cultivate, more talent to be tapped, more jobs to create, more markets to unlock. So join us on our signature purpose as we impact 1 million smallholder farmers. I say join us on our signature purpose as we impact 1 million smallholder farmers for God and our country, Uganda. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a round of applause to Wake the poet. But Wake, before you go, I've always wanted to ask you 2 questions. The first one is about your inspiration. Where do you get your inspiration from? My second question is, how do you remember such lengthy and diverse presentations Because most people can barely remember even the national anthem. Hallelujah. So now, I need you to help us out there. Let's start first with your inspiration. Where does it come from?
Well, I am inspired by, I do a lot of social commentary, and I like storytelling that speaks about the society. And where there's an opportunity to add value to the society, I am really excited to participate because it aligns completely with my values. So when Heifer International Uganda reaches out and says, hey, we're doing this thing, it's always exciting for me because it aligns again. I love my country, I love my people, and I like to see, I like to sort of participate with everyone that is contributing to the movement of our people and the progress of our country. So as in terms of inspiration, yes, I do social commentary and I love my country. And the second question was about remembering.
Yes, because it was deep, it was well calculated,
Yeah.
it was paced. So how do you ensure that you remember it in a way that the delivery is so one, memorable, impactful, but at the same time it's a great experience to listen to?
Thank you. I remember it the same way you would remember your favorite song. So the reason you remember your favorite song is because you've probably listened to it over and over again, and you have probably sung along over and over again. So the process of writing this poetry is after writing, and Heifer International has confirmed that I have captured the heart of what they wanted me to capture. The next part is really just me going over and over again and reciting over again. So I'm in the shower saying Heifer International. I am in the kitchen saying Heifer International. I stop a boda man and say Jebale Kosebo Heifer International. That's a bit too much, but yeah, so I do
Let's
it
give him a big round of applause. Huh?
Thank you.
Very talented young man. The only thing I do not appreciate about him is that he went to one of these substandard schools called St. Mary's College, Kisubi. And I'm from Namliango College. So ladies and gentlemen, it's my great pleasure to welcome you now to one of our fireside chats. The benefit of a fireside chat is that you're able to sit down and engage, to tell stories. And remember, one of the most difficult things you can do when you have a complex session like this is to have so many statistics. Let's give a big round of applause to the Honorable Minister as he takes leave. Thank you very much, Honorable, for taking time out. But as the Honorable Minister goes, I'd like to introduce somebody who has a lot in common with me. First of all, because they went through the corridors of a distinguished institution of learning for many years. They are a veterinary pioneer. They helped shape Uganda's early Heifer programming. They blended livestock farming management together with gender transformation. This individual was Uganda's first district veterinary officer who was a female, and she advised across public and NGO sectors. Today, she continues as a seasoned consultant and a farm director grounded in policy and practical field experience. Please welcome with me our first panelist, Dr. Margaret Makuru. Big round of applause. Obugalo. Big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, our next panelist is a finance and administration professional serving the Doholo Youth Oil Seed Farmers Cooperative. This individual, before you clap, ke kurkong and no knock. First wait a little. This individual brings 6 years of hands-on experience in donor-funded projects and MSME projects and support. She strengthens cooperatives through rigorous financial systems, budgeting, controls, and compliance. So farmers and all their enterprises can access market systems, capital, and markets above all. She's proficient across key accounting platforms, and she's known for her accuracy and her accountability. Please welcome Ms. Monica Alungo. And ladies and gentlemen, our final panelist is also a veterinary doctor and an animal nutrition specialist. They've served for over 30 years at the Ministry of Animal Industries and Fisheries, culminating as Commissioner Animal Production and Acting Director of Animal Resources. They've helped shape and implement policies and programs across the public and private sectors and development partners. Though retired from public service, she remains active in advancing inclusive commercial agriculture. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome with me Dr. Juliet Sentumbwe. Wonderful. So this particular discussion will be a discussion which will take us through the journey. And a lot of us have been wondering, why don't we step back a bit? And I'd like to start with you. These microphones can be pulled a bit closer. Just press to speak. So I'd like to speak to you, Dr. Margaret, first. First, not only are you a veterinary doctor, but I'd like to just kindly put you on notice that you're also my mother, because my mother is also called Margaret. So you're very special. So, Mom, I'd like you to take us to the early days of Heifer in Uganda. Thank you very much, Ivan. Huh? Low. Ivan, cut sound, please. Thank you. So I'd like us to go back to the early days of Heifer in Uganda. I'd like to understand probably what was the programming and what did it look like back then? And what were the defining characteristics of how Heifer was engaging and you know, interacting with farmers? If you could just give us that story.
Thank you, Dr. Mitch. My son is good. I'm first excited to be here, being part of the Heifer program. As my son has asked, he wants to know how Heifer started in Uganda. Heifer, as already the country director informed you, started working in Uganda in 1982. And this was after a call by Church of Uganda, who called Heifer International to come and assist farmers in Uganda. It started in Gulu with one staff that was by then Dr. Muyeya. From Gulu, because of the success of the project, we moved to central Uganda, and the office was also moved to Namirembe, where the Church of Uganda provincial offices are. And from there, Heifer grew and was able to get its own home, now on Yusufurule. By then, how it started with forming groups, women groups mainly, through the churches. The churches used the dioceses to get families, and these were the needy families whom they looked at. The first animals that were brought came from USA. But it was realized that animals from USA are very expensive to airlift and all the rest. Later on, animals were bought locally. But before any farmer could get animals, first they had to form groups. They had to be trained. They had to prepare for the animals. They had to put up sheds. And the animals were to be kept in zero grazing units. I think many people nowadays call their zero grazing units my Heifer project. With training, it became another hassle with one person. So he had also to ask that he needed more staff. First, they hired the accountant and then got a secretary. And the fourth person that was hired happened to be me. I started working as a training and extension services coordinator. By then, Heifer was also partnering with Send a Cow. So for a start, I used to work for both organizations. That is to help to train farmers and extension workers. Extension workers mainly came from staff of the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries, who are working at sub-county level. So we start with training the farmers, preparing them, visiting them, practical training, not this knowledge of the classroom. We had to go to the field and start training the families in their groups. The groups also had to form, their leaders. They selected the leaders and made sure that the right people are the ones they are selecting. That is the resource poor families, not those who were well off. Because as if the poet said, we were starting with one cow. Those who were well off, we said, those can buy themselves the cows. So as I said, the first cows came from USA. They were airlifted to Uganda. And the Ministry of Agriculture, of course, has policies. Animals that come into a country must first be kept in a quarantine. So the first animals were kept in quarantine at LOES in Entebbe for 3 weeks. Thereafter, they would be distributed to families. So the families, as with Heifer International, you had to pass on a gift. When you receive an animal, the first female offspring had to go to another member of the family and of the society or the group. Other donors came in when they saw that Heifer was succeeding. They joined Heifer International. We got Boa Island. When they saw that Heifer was doing well, they joined and started donating live animals. Heifer, Boa comes from Ireland. The farmers in Ireland, when they heard that such a project is working, they donated live animals. So the animals were airlifted again to Uganda. And again, they were kept at the LOES. Hence, I'm talking about the collaboration and the partnership with the Ministry of Agriculture, because this farm belongs to the ministry. They did not only bring cows, they also brought dairy goats. As many of you know, milk from goats was not popular in Uganda. But Heifer, when it started bringing dairy goats, families started taking goat's milk. And more so in southwest, in western Uganda. This was in Kasese. Those people there were used to taking milk goats. I mean goats, milk from the goats. Though their goats were producing very little. But when they knew that now there is more milk being produced, they requested for those projects. So that's where the dairy goods started from. That was Kasese. Next, we realized that these families needed more than an animal. They had to market their milk. So the families started requesting, how do we market our milk? Because the production had increased. With assistance and partnership with the Ministry of Agriculture, now the animals were being served with AI, that is better breed, and more milk was being produced. Milk became a lot. We had now to start giving some of these groups milk coolers, of course, small scale milk coolers, not the big ones.
Dr. Margaret, just to fill in the gaps here, you mentioned AI. These young people, when they hear AI, it is artificial intelligence. So I just want to just help the Gen Zs. We're talking about artificial insemination.
Sorry.
Yes, no. This is just for the young people. Yeah. But me, I'm very mesmerized about her story. Everything that she's mentioning is taking me back in time, because I see another one of my Namliango people there sitting, and back in school we had people in our communities near Namliango who were benefiting from the Send a Cow project. So these things here, these are true stories. Please continue with your story.
Thank you. Otherwise, maybe to explain more on AI. AI, the extension workers had to be trained first. You don't just do it. And here again, the Ministry of Agriculture, through NAGRIC, came in to assist in training the extension workers to be able to keep. They also were keeping the semen that had come in from Ireland, had also sent us some semen, but also the government had some semen which we were using. Next to that, as I said, as the milk increased, we now had to come in and ask for how do we market all this milk. Maybe to go back, where was Heifer getting the funding? Most of the funding was coming from Heifer International in USA. But later on, through rating grants, we started getting some funding from USAID in Uganda. And as I had told you, we even got the animals from Boa Island and got more other partners. Another partner that came in was the Dutch government through SNV and HIVOS, came in to look at how to provide health energy. They came in with biogas, construction of biogas plants, which can produce biogas gas for cooking and for lighting. Then after that, we also wrote, and we actually now partnered with other countries in East Africa. We worked with Kenya, Tanzania, Rwanda, and through other partners like TechnoServe, ECRAF, ABS, which is African Breeders Services, and wrote up a proposal to Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. And hence we started now East African Dairy Development Project, which now came in to assist more farmers. They did not only look at our small scale farmers, even they now looked at how the milk can be marketed. They organized more groups, more into cooperative societies, and these people were able to buy bigger coolers, chill the milk, and get processors who could buy the milk. This was a 10-year program. But now we are going further and further to see how does someone get more money? How does someone be able to sell what they were producing? Originally, of course, the farmers were selling to neighbors, and as they had no way of keeping the milk. But as Heifer grew, now other smaller scale groups also got more funding. I will give an example of Mado. This is a project that belonged to Catholic Secretariat, no, to Mado in Masaka. Them they requested for a pasteurizing plant so that they can add more value to the milk they were producing. They are able to pasteurize milk. They are able to make yogurt. And even as we talk, they are still in production. But as people who looked at the slides which were being shown, you saw Father Senkai was visiting some farmers in Masaka, and that was a product of Heifer International. We can also go further and further, say what was the impact of this. When we look at the animals, they produce milk. Those are the dairy cows. We also had the dairy goats producing goat's milk. We also had brought in meat goats, that is Boer goats from South Africa. These were imported from South Africa.
I like the fact that you're going to tell us about impact, and I want that impact story to come right after I've spoken to Monica, because if you give the impact, we want to know the challenges. So I want you to hold on to those impacts for me, because I want to ask Monica quickly to tell us, because you work in Dokolo and you work with the youth in the oilseed project. What are some of the challenges that you faced before we had the intervention of Heifer International? If maybe you could tell us that, because that now will set the context and help us to be able to listen more keenly when Doctor is telling us about the impact. Feel free. Just press the button.
Thank you so much. All protocols observed. Once again, I am called Alungo Monica. I'm from Dokolo, a district found in northern Uganda. I am so delighted to Heifer for having given me this opportunity to share with you my story as a Heifer beneficiary. Now back to your question. As a youth, I can first briefly bring or tell you about the background of Heifer working with the Dokolo Youth Oilseed Project. Now, previously, before Heifer intervention in Dokolo, there are actually farmers who were so passionate in farming, but then they lacked or they had some few challenges. First of all, they were doing the work individually. They were not in groups. So when Heifer came in, there was a project called Land for Agribusiness Project. So when Heifer came in 2018 to 2022, we were able to mobilize these farmers as groups, to work in groups, more especially the youth and women. So we brought them in groups and then empowered them. We trained them in a number of areas. So we had a number of challenges that we were facing as youth or women. One challenge that I can talk about that has been addressed by Heifer is we had limited access to opportunities. There are so many opportunities around, but when you are a farmer down there and you don't have maybe anyone to link you up or to give you information, you may not do much. Another challenge that we were facing as youth of Dokolo, we didn't have access to relevant or better markets. So we had farmers who were seriously producing, but then there was no one to link them to better markets such that they are able to get better incomes. We also had a challenge of finance access. You see, we had so many farmers who were actually engaged in farming, but then there was this challenge of accessing finances. So with Heifer intervention, they were able to link us to the service providers like microfinance institutions and other partners. As the youth of Dokolo, we also had a challenge of limited technical knowledge. As farmers, they lacked technical knowledge on, I could say, good agronomic practices, climate smart practices, to mention but a few. But with Heifer intervention, we were able to address all these challenges. Another challenge that we were also facing as the youth or women of Dokolo, we had limited access to productive assets like tractor, which can help youth or women generate more income. So we had limited access to such. But with Heifer, I'm proud to say that with Heifer intervention, we were able to access some of these assets through partnerships, collaborations, to mention but a few. So we had also another challenge of market information. As farmers or youth or women of Dokolo or northern Uganda at large, we had this challenge of accessing information, market information. You find that maybe a farmer has bulked, and then accessing information on things like prices and other information was a challenge to us. But with a Heifer intervention, we were able to start accessing these markets or market information from some of our partners or some of the people that we've been collaborating with, and we are able now to sell depending on the information that we get daily on the markets. So I think as per your question, basically I can mention those. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Monica, because this now puts into context the uphill task that Heifer International Uganda had to undertake to actually make sure that it meets the needs of the community. But the thing was that Heifer International wasn't operating in a silo. And Dr. Juliet, I'd like to just lean in on your experience working in the ministry. What would you say was the work relationship between the ministry, the government, and Heifer International? If you could take us back, because then we would have an understanding when Doctor is actually telling us about the impact, we will know what was happening and we knew the dynamics in the market. Feel free to speak. Just press the button.
I think I've pressed it. You can hear me? Yeah, I want to observe all the protocol as earlier mentioned with all due respect. As you may have heard
Thank you, John.
Okay, from my introduction, I joined the ministry in 1992 and started working as you know, from the starting levels upwards. But what I recall from that time, of course, being in the Directorate of Animal Resources, we are the ones responsible for, let me mention specifically dairy development, because I think that's where basically Heifer started working before it diversified into other value chains. I recall that the moment you mentioned about the dairy sector at the time in the ministry, at least to me, the NGO that, or the organization that would always come to my mind was Heifer Project, and maybe Send a Cow. But it was like Heifer Project was synonymous with the dairy subsector. So I think for sure that was a good element. It indicates that Heifer was making an impact in the country, because whenever dairy was mentioned, Heifer came to mind. If we're discussing which partners to work out or work with in the field, Heifer Project was always almost the first to be mentioned. I specifically got direct in operation with the Heifer Project around 2008. And basically because, you know, when you join the ministry, you are assigned responsibilities depending on the box you occupy. So earlier, I was not responsible for the dairy subsector. I was dealing with the small animals, the poultry, and that's what I was basically focusing on. But around 2008, as I was being promoted, I had become the assistant commissioner, now in charge of dairy and meat. So that's when I recall that genuinely we got into direct contact to work with the Heifer Project. And I must say the relationship between Heifer Project and the ministry was a very cordial one, very, very supportive. And I should also appreciate the staff who are working with the Heifer Project at the time, because they endeavored to come to the ministry and inform us and engage with us and made sure we are up to date with what they are doing in the field. And I'm not surprised at this, because their first focus, that is the smallholder farmers, as you may have heard from the previous speaker, we all know that they are the ones who mainly have challenges when it comes to agricultural production. Challenges of finance, as you've heard, technology, access, capacity building. So it's not a surprise that the ministry was also very welcoming, because this is a sector that had kind of not been supported as much as those progressive farmers. So it was really a timely venture. And providing these heifers to the women was also, I think, another welcome idea. Because as you know, again, women specifically had a lot of gender issues at the time. Things like were not able to access markets. For those of you who've grown up in the rural areas, you know when it comes to marketing, then mainly it's the men who are involved. And that means that they are not able to have any money for themselves. Yet they may have to pay for resources that are to be used in the families. So the fact that this time round, the women were able to put some money into their pockets and solve their own problems, that was also a very welcome idea. So it was lifting up their social status, social and economic status. And the project in its formulation was preserving ecosystems. As you know, when they keep the cows, the cow dung is produced, the dung goes to the field, then there is more productivity from the crops. So that kind of sustaining the ecosystems was also a very welcome venture. And remember, these women were being supported to work from home, because that was another challenge. I think you know that many men would not want their women to go out in the morning, go and work from somewhere, and then maybe come back in the evening. So those, I think, are aspects that really led to the ministry being supportive of the Heifer project and working hand in hand with them. But specifically, by virtue of our responsibility, or the government responsibility per se, we were always on board in planning and supervising the activities that the Heifer project was involved in. So they would normally call us when they are doing planning to get to know from us what we thought needed to be put in place to improve the program. And of course, supervision of the project activities, including beneficiary identification. Because as you know, when they go to local governments to work with the farmers, they need to work with the local governments as well, so that they know who they are going to work with. So the ministry was always involved that way. In capacity building, that's another avenue the ministry was heavily involved in, not really for the farmers, but basically for the mid-level staff, local government staff, that are supposed to be in direct supervision with the beneficiaries of the project. Of course, supervision and technical backstopping for the mid-level staff, those are the ones in the local governments. That is the responsibility of government. So we'd make sure that they also attain the capacity building they require, so that in event they can also support the project and any other projects that come around. Another responsibility the government had at the time and still has is to develop and encourage the extension services, appropriate extension services that prevail. As far as this project is concerned, it was mainly dairy at the time. So it was the responsibility of government to ensure that those extension services are offered. And of course, provision of attendant support services, as you heard from Dr. Margaret. Milk is a perishable good, as you all know. So cooling facilities, and at that time, by the way, they were not as many as you see now. So it was a big challenge. So the government came in to ensure that at least coolers are provided for that. And of course, identification of the markets for the products that the farmers were producing. Another thing that certainly the ministry benefited is lesson learning on our own part. Because many times, of course, we don't even have the manpower to reach everybody on the ground. But when we get such a project that is in now direct touch with the farmers, we learn from each other. There is a lot of sharing of information. So we also learn and know possibly where there are challenges, and we need to come in as a ministry to see how we help people to surmount those challenges. Another issue that came out of our collaboration is engaging with multiple partners that Heifer project was working with. Many times at the headquarters, sometimes we don't even get to know who is out there working in the agriculture sector. As you know, it has become everybody's business. And yet it is the responsibility of the ministry to regulate the information that is going out, the activities that are being done. So when we don't have the capacity sometimes to know everybody, then such a project as Heifer came in very handy to let us engage with several other partners, like those that were funding them and others who they were working with on the ground. Then in that engagement, we can know how to work better. There is two other items that we thought came out very well in engaging with Heifer project. We got to appreciate gender issues that were happening in the field. Originally, many of you, I think, as you know, when gender issues were mentioned at the time, they were like, those are women issues anyway, and they were being ignored. But we got to appreciate what it actually means in a home when there are issues, gender issues that are obtaining, such that the ministry also now started discussing issues of gender mainstreaming into our programs, into our extension services, even into the technologies we are passing out to the farmers, and so that people would appreciate and stop looking at it as just a women issues. So when we are going out to plan what to do, what to invest, we actually analyze first what issues obtain out there, and then how can we best engage. And I think one final lesson we also learned is, there was this attitude that, like in the northern region, as she was mentioning, many of us thought dairy animals cannot survive well in the northern region because generally we think it is a hot climate, so they cannot survive. But I think the story has completely changed. And Heifer was one of the projects that actually made us appreciate that. Later on, of course, as we travel and see other places where this can be done, then we appreciate that we can develop the microclimate for whatever enterprise and it will survive anywhere. And that has been seen. Dairy is thriving in the north. There were also regions within even central region, dry areas like the Nakasongola area, the cattle corridor as you know it. Again, dairy was not thriving as much at that time. But the work that Heifer has done together with the Jeza company in ensuring that the dairy value chain actually develops through provision of cooling systems, capacity building services, resources for several districts within that dry cattle corridor. So that is something we appreciate, and we continue to applaud Heifer and other partners for engaging. So basically, I think in summary, that's how the ministry worked with Heifer and still is working with Heifer International. And maybe something I should not forget sincerely is, of course, putting in place the policies that support all these areas I've talked about, because that is one of our major responsibilities and ministry. Policies to do with financing, with infrastructure development, name it. I want to stop there for now.
Fantastic. Amazing. So for those of you who are following the story, we've had an understanding of how it started, where it started from as far back as 1982. We've understood some of the challenges that are being faced. We've understood the structure and the dynamics that are in place from a government standpoint and how the interaction was happening with Heifer. One of the amazing things with stories is that we can expound them as much as we can, but we do have a limitation of time. I'd like to allow each of them to probably now just think of a closing statement, but as you're closing, there's a simple question that I'd like you to throw in at the same time. Dr. Margaret, you had already started telling us about now the successes and the impact of Heifer International when it came to engaging with underserved individuals. So what is, in your perspective, the most outstanding impact that we had with those communities? And at the same time, maybe think of a closing for us. And then I'll come back to you, Monica, and then I'll close off also with you, Dr. Juliet. So back to you. If you could just press the button again. I'd switched it off just to provide us with a clean air.
Thank you, Dr. Mitch. As I had started on the impact of Heifer, I know now, originally Heifer used to be called Heifer Project International. That's why when you had someone from the ministry was talking of Heifer Project, but later on it dropped the project from the name and became Heifer International. But if you hear me calling it Heifer Project International, HPI, don't say I'm wrong, because when I joined, it used to be called Heifer Project International. Before we joined, Heifer International had 12 cornerstones, which we are supposed to follow. and as we promoted activities and projects. One of them was passing on the gift. This has always helped families to be able to continue getting animals. Passing on the gift, as I said, was giving out of the first animal, offspring to another family. Second cornerstone was accountability. Heifer makes sure that they are accountable to all the donors, to the families, and the rest. And up to now, we insist that even in the communities, the groups do proper accountability. And this was always being monitored to ensure that the animals we give are there, they are healthy, they are well looked after, and passing on a gift is being taken place. Another issue was sharing and caring. We insisted that families care for each other and they share what they were getting. Those who had animals would share what they have with other families in need. When there was a child with kwashako, the neighbor would always donate some milk or sell at a subsidized price. Then the fourth one is sustainability and self-reliance. That is that families should be able to sustain their projects and their groups. That is again from either passing on the gift or what they were making. Then we had the improved animal management. As Dr. Sentumbu has told you, we really worked hard with the Ministry of Agriculture and local government. The extension staff were also retrained to see how they can continue working with these marginalized families. In order to train, we ensured that training materials were produced, relevant training materials. And then maybe I talk about myself. That is how I joined Heifer. It was to start producing training materials. But we were also working together with the Ministry of Agriculture, Makerere University, the Faculty of Agriculture, and the Faculty of Veterinary Medicine. By then, that's what they were called. So all those participated in the training, and also their staff were part of the facilitators whenever we had training programs for extension workers. Another cornerstone is nutrition and income. Of course, when we started nutrition, maybe they may have not told you that 1982, I don't know how many were born by then. That was soon after civil wars in Uganda. We had lost a lot of livestock during those wars. So when the animals came in, that is how the Church of Uganda requested for assistance from Heifer so that we could get back the exotic animals we had lost. So we were looking at the nutrition of the families, especially children. The children had kwashako. Even the adults were not well fed. And we did not look only at dairy farming, we also looked at crop farming, because with the livestock they produce manure. So this was also being utilized to fertilize the crops.
Mommy, I'm going to ask that. I can see that there are quite a number of impact areas. Because of time, if I asked you from the bottom of your heart to single out two of the last which meant the most to you, the two most powerful ones, which you believe have guided Heifer International to be as successful as it is today, what would you make those? And then I'll ask you to wrap it up and give me a final parting message so that we can close quickly because we have another panel. So give me the two out of the cornerstones. I know there are 12, you've given me 5. What are the two most other powerful ones?
Another one would be gender. And maybe to me, gender has always been my passion. That is how, when we in these projects, we always ensure that men, women, and children all participate in these projects, and they also benefit from whatever comes. Another one was training and education. I may have talked about it, but we also looked at improving the environment. We did not only look at keeping the cow or keeping the goat or what, we also looked at, have you planted trees? Are you caring for the environment? Are you caring for the soils? Are you applying manure? Are you, okay, we looked at the manure and how are you planting the crops? The soil and water conservation practices were also being encouraged.
Yes.
And are also being encouraged. But I will not forget one.
Which one is that?
Spirituality. This was the last, but it has always been, everyone, every family should look at how he cares for his God. That is the spirituality part of it. It
Very
is
true.
still one of the major cornerstones.
Very true. So, what would you say would be your parting message as one of the pioneers of Heifer International Uganda, and seeing where we are and how we have evolved? What would be your parting message to everybody here today?
I would still say that as we go on with these projects, we should look at nutrition and income for the marginalized families, and more so women.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a huge round of applause to Dr. Margaret Makuru. Miss Monica, as you plan your parting shot, we'd like you just one or two sentences to tell us about how Heifer's support has empowered you as an individual, as an agent of change for farmer livelihoods, businesses, and households, and what your parting message would be to us today.
Thank you so much. I have a lot to say about Heifer as an individual. One key thing that I will never forget about Heifer is about mindset change. Before Heifer intervention, my mindset towards farming, I had negative mindset towards farming. I didn't see it as an opportunity to grow. But after Heifer training me, empowering me, doing all this, I have now changed my mindset towards farming. I see farming as a way of increasing my incomes. And as a result, I am also preaching the same to the fellow farmers in my community. Because one thing also that I still remember about Heifer, when Heifer went to our community, they were preaching about creating unemployment. One of the key objectives was about creating unemployment for the youth. And the youth somehow were asking themselves, how will Heifer create employment for us? They were not looking at farming as a business. So after Heifer's intervention, their mindset have changed because we have continuously preached about it. Their mindset have changed towards farming as a business, and I could say they are earning a lot from farming. Maybe one key message that I can leave or give to the audience about Heifer is that Heifer has not only given me support, but it has given me the confidence, the knowledge, the networks, and I still have the belief that even as a farmer, or farmers can be a solution to poverty and food security in their communities. I think that's how I can conclude it.
Ladies and gentlemen, big round of applause. Ms. Monica Lungo from Doholo Youth Oilseed Project. Dr. Juliet, your final question is something which I think Dr. Margaret touched on, and she said it was one of the pillars, the importance of integrating equal opportunities, and particularly as we're mainstreaming, ensuring that women, but now in addition to women, I'm asking, what is it more that government can do, not just to ensure increased participation for women, but also of youth in commercial agriculture?
Thank you. These are some of the things that I feel need more focus. They could already have been touched on, but I think there is still a lot to do in those areas, especially with the youth and women. Although I believe that many of those women are youth. So that already in itself brings me to think that maybe the youths should also be handled differently. They are the youths that I think many of us talk about, and we are talking about maybe young boys as opposed to women. So that change in the mindset, I think, is something we have to put into context before we decide what to do. So we need to identify viable options that these youths and women can engage in. And these options should be in relation to already identified markets as opposed to the reverse. Because as has been most of the times in Uganda, you first produce and then look for a market. So I think it's high time that we had a paradigm shift in that one. Then we skill them appropriately at the different nodes of the different agricultural value chains, appropriately. So if it is to do with giving extension or financing or bulking, so they are skilled appropriately according to whatever they are going to be involved in, so that it stops being a jack of all trades. You know, you just give information on everything and nobody specializes in anything. We also need to provide financing packages that are appropriate to the factories and whatever may be required in the value chain. Quality assurance, I think, has been another dilemma for which the government is solely responsible, especially the inputs, the seeds, the herbicides or chemicals to use, but even the information itself. As I earlier said, agriculture is now everybody's business, and everybody dreams up and puts up information which may even be contradictory. So I think the government still has a big role to play in ensuring quality of whatever services delivered. And of course, supporting research. Research has been, especially in the livestock sector, when you compare it with the crop sector, it has been quite underfunded. So I think government needs to put in more money in that area so that more research is done and people engage in things with evidence. And of course, the usual technical backstopping that is required to ensure that now everybody abides but by whatever has been put in place. And my parting shot, we all know that there are many, many players in the agriculture sector. And because of that, we need to engage the private, the public sector, agriculture institutions, and any other players that may come up and say they are providing services in agriculture. So we need to engage all of them, and this will lead now to implementation of innovative farming techniques, access to modern technologies, and improved market linkages, because none of us has a monopoly of knowledge. So when we engage with all of them, they can provide various information in all these areas. And that way, these partnerships will be very critical now in driving the agricultural development in this country, ensuring that there is sustainability of the sector, particularly through knowledge provision and capacity building. I think that will move us forward.
Thank you very, very much. Yes, yes, Mommy.
As I conclude, I think I need to appreciate what Father Senkai, many of you saw him on here, but I have seen him around. That is a person who has really worked hard to ensure that Heifer projects in Masaka have improved.
Let's give him a big round of applause. Father, thank you so much. Please stand up. Please stand up for recognition. May the Lord bless you immensely. Thank you so much for your contribution. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a round of applause to our panelists, Dr. Juliet Sentumbwe, Dr. Margaret Makuru, and Miss Monica Lungo. Please stand for pictures in the front. We've got a photographer. Like to take pictures there. Let's give them a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. So as they take their seats, kindly watch the step as you walk down. Mommy, especially my mom. So as they take their seats, I'd like to just take a few seconds and walk around and ask, so what stood out during the course of that discussion? You've seen where we have come from as Heifer International Uganda. You've had an understanding of what the dynamics were, working together with the government. We've seen what the challenges were. And above all, we've seen that not everything was in vain, but we actually had some successes. So these are very important things that we needed to take into consideration. Team Martin, I was expecting that we were clearing the stage by now. Can we please do that? Because time is of the essence. So I'd like to find out from the audience, what are the things that actually stood out? Just put up your hand and say, you know what? This is what stood out for me. This is a shocker to me. Or we could have done better in this particular area. Or we are applauding you. Because we've seen that there were individuals who stood tall and worked together with Heifer International. We've had examples of Father Senkai. Are there any other individuals that you'd like to take just a moment to just say congratulations or thank you? So feel free to put up your hand. Tell us who you are, which organization you represent, and give us your thoughts.
Thank you, Dr. Mish. I'm called Dr. Joseph Ruhinda Kagoro. I'm here in two capacities. In the shoes of the president of the Uganda Veterinary Association, but also the chief executive officer for the Uganda Meat Producers Cooperative Union. Primarily, I want to appreciate and congratulate Heifer International. If you could all join me to Dr. Mish, someone would be a witch to sincerely put their foot on the ground and not stand up innovation of what the impact Heifer International has caused in our communities. I want to state this categorically that I was a young man then when I got exposed to the Heifer International program of dairy. I grew up as a herds boy. But because of one of the outreach officers of Heifer International, whom my dad used to deworm and vaccinate our cows, I got the inspiration eventually to become the vet I am. So to me, that's a personal journey of life and career growth. Secondly, our mamas here have really done justice to the work that was done. I want to summarize it in these 2-3 words, that when a good idea is well nurtured, it can transform livelihoods with immense impact. The story of Heifer International should not stay in this room, but we need to take it back home and empower where we can. Our communities are helpless, and that's a fact. People have no knowledge. People have no inspiration. No one is there to inspire them, to transfer knowledge to them, to encourage them. Let's be the game changers. Let's be the impact creators. And we should be proud of the work we do 44 years ahead of time, whether we are alive or we are not. If we do something today, be sure in the next 44 years, you will look back from heaven and say that what I did 44 years ago has transformed my country to a better level than if I had not taken any decision. I thank you and congratulate you all.
Thank you very much, Doc. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my great pleasure now to show you some of the great innovations that Heifer International has undertaken in the last series of years to be able to, one, engage with the youth and to promote innovators, to help them to understand that just like I think the challenge that, I think it was Monica who said that she didn't think that agriculture and agribusiness was a cool way of one making a living. So what has Heifer International over the last series of years done to make it sophisticated, to make it a la mode? Ladies and gentlemen, kindly witness. Video, please.
This is our Uganda, a story of innovation, collaboration, and transformation.
I'm Samuel Peter Okochi.
And I'm Nakalema Assumpta.
This is our journey through the Youth Africa Challenge. The Youth Africa Challenge wasn't just a competition. It was an eye-opening opportunity to see the different innovations from fellow young people and what their best had to offer.
We learned to refine our ideas and to truly understand the needs of small-scale poultry farmers and how our ideas could create financial empowerment.
My Smart Cocoa innovation started as a prototype at the university, but through the challenge, it evolved into a market-ready product, and through the much-needed support, we were able to scale it up and impact the communities. The judges pushed us to think bigger. How could we create employment opportunities for fellow young people?
During this competition, I was able to win 50 million Ugandan shillings. And with these 50 million Ugandan shillings, me and my team were able to transform our prototype to a final product, which we are using to help very many small-scale poultry farmers.
We used it to get mother hen, then we give them eggs so that we use local incubation. But with this new technology of using an incubator, it is helping us produce more chicks other than before. After producing them, we put them into a brooding system. We've been using pots, charcoal, which was very hard for us to manage. This new technology of breeding system, here it is very easy to manage. Our hens are just free. When they are feeling cold, they go in where there is heat.
We realized our innovations complemented each other perfectly.
But the real magic happened when we joined forces.
We are not just implementing our innovations, we are transforming lives. For every successful hatch and every healthy chick represents hope for a family in Uganda.
We are creating jobs for youth across the region. It's a ripple effect of positive change.
The IT Africa Challenge not only taught us to dream big, but also to stay grounded in the needs of our communities.
It's not just about winning a prize. It's about building a sustainable future for Uganda.
To all young innovators out there,
The Youth Africa Challenge is your launchpad.
join Season 4, refine your ideas, collaborate, and let's transform African agriculture together.
Let's give a big round of applause to Heifer International. The future of this world here lies in the hands of the youth, and agriculture is big business. Ladies and gentlemen, to tell us more about our transformation as an organization, I'd like to call Ronald Wawiri, one of the signature program managers. Give him a big round of applause. Ronald, just out of curiosity, would you like to use the podium mic, or just like me, also another Ronald, would you like to be mobile? Would you like to be a nomad? So the choice is yours.
Thank you, Mitch. I think let me use this particular one. I would like to stand on the established protocol. I'm going to give a presentation about our signature program. I know most of you have been asking yourselves what is very signature about this particular signature program. IT? Thank you. So let me first share with you a few statistics that informed this current signature program. The signature program we are talking about is running, started in 2020 and is running up to 2030. We all know that agriculture contributes about 26% to the national GDP, and about 68% of the labor workforce is engaged in agriculture. And of this, 50% are women. And we also know that about 16% of our population is living below the poverty line. If we are to use $1 per person per day. And our population is mostly youth, and 23.5% of this population is between the ages of 18 to 30. But based on the latest figures from the World Bank, the poverty line is at $3. So if we are to go by that estimate, it means that 57% of our population is actually living below the poverty line. And of all the farmers that we have, it is estimated that around 80% of these farmers are smallholder farmers, mainly having 2 to 5 acres and depending on family labor. So looking at all these issues, and also when you look at the Heifer mission of ending hunger and poverty while caring for the earth, this really informed the design of the signature program. So basically, a signature program is a long-term strategic framework that Heifer is using to really work with the communities. And these are mainly smallholder farmers and other partners to close the living income gap as per the statistics that I've just shared.
So we have that signature program, and it has a goal. Its goal is really to enhance competitiveness and also ensure resilience of at least 1 million smallholder farmers. And given the other statistics that I've shared, of this 1 million smallholder households, at least 60% are youth. And some of the strategic objectives of these signature programs, one is about really enhancing capacity of smallholder farmers and agribusinesses to become profitable and self-sustaining. The other strategic objective is about building and strengthening these organizations, because we mostly work through producer organizations, farmer institutions. The third strategic objective is about facilitating access to markets. And then the fourth objective is about improving the business environment. So I've talked about the living income gap. As Heifer, we are looking at reducing this gap. So every 5 years, we carry out studies to determine these benchmarks. So when you look at what is being presented, we did this survey around 2022, and a household, we are considering only 5 people per household. So when you look at the actual income, and based on the statistics that I was shared earlier on, of around $1 per person per year, per day, it gives around $2,000. That is per household per annum, and would want to increase, would like to bridge that gap to $4,000, $4,600 per household per year, which brings that to around $2.1 per person per day. So all the efforts are geared towards bridging that gap. So we are governed by a model, and this model centers around the smallholder farmers. We do not only want these farmers to survive, but we want them to thrive. By thriving, at least they should secure a living income. So we focus on farmer agency, like I've talked about. Our entry point is farmer institutions. We work with producer organizations, we work with smallholder farmers. But we also would like to support food systems. Food systems, through these systems, we work with different partners, ecosystem partners, to ensure that we deliver sustainable change. We closely work with government, like you've heard from the panelists, to ensure that we create an enabling environment for our agribusinesses. And we do this through private sector partnerships. What are some of our focus areas as Heifer International? We have basically 3 themes: youth and women empowerment, and this has been articulated well by the panelists who have been here, and even the country director when he was giving his remarks. The other focus area is about value chain development. We have around 6 value chains. Then we use technology and access to finance as enablers. These are the value chains that we are looking at. Poultry. Why are we talking about poultry? One, we know that if we want the youth to be engaged, if we want the women, this is one of the most inclusive value chains, because first of all, it has a short production cycle. The startup capital is not high, does not require land, so it ties in very well with our youth and women agenda. The same applies to oil seeds. The lady from Dokolo has testified about that. And of course, beef and dairy that we have demonstrated over years. We have horticulture, still is about inclusiveness and involving women and youth. And then of course, piggery. So for the 10 years of the signature program, our budget is around $217 million for the 10 years. And of this, we have around 50%. So we are still fundraising. And because we work through partnerships, we have development partners here. So we are appealing to you that we still need to support more farmers. Our target is 1 million households. As Heifer International, we are operating throughout the country. And like the country director mentioned, we are in 57 districts. And this is covering like 39%, because right now we have like 146 districts. So when you look at the map, we have different projects in those particular areas. And we are not limited by geography in Uganda. This is our theory of change. As Heifer, we believe that if we enhance the capacity of smallholder farmers, and these smallholder farmers have access to profitable and reliable markets, of course, coupled with a good enabling environment, then these producer organizations can become profitable and self-sustaining, and these smallholder farmers can increase their incomes and also create employment for many others, and even the agribusinesses will become more efficient, profitable, and resilient. So when we do all that, then we can achieve our goal of enhancing competitiveness, employability, and resilience of the 1 million smallholder farmers we are talking about. And of course, this is aligned to the National Development Plan that the country director talked about. This is a snapshot of our impact in the last 5 years. Like I mentioned, we work through farmer groups. We have reached about 7,200 self-help groups. And these groups are organized in producer organizations. Others are cooperatives. Others are not yet registered by cooperatives. But when you look at these statistics, like the self-help groups, 67% of them are youth-led, which ties in well with our focus on youth and women empowerment. When you look at caring for the earth, we have established over 5,000 biogas facilities, but we also promote climate-smart agricultural practices. I would also like to draw your attention to the business turnover. When the video was running for Dwaniro, the chairperson testified that their annual turnover is around 14 billion shillings. So that is the kind of impact the money that we get from our partners that is causing. So with our target of 1 million households, so far we have reached over 200,000. That is directly, but indirectly we have reached over 757,000 farmers indirectly. So we also, when you look at the savings that farmers have been able to make, we have informal savings and loan associations and also deposits. We are talking about over 15 billion shillings. So that is just a snapshot to show the kind of impact that we have created over the last 5 years. So in doing all this, what have we learned? We have learned that when you work with farmer-led organizations, they help to turn fragmented smallholder farmers into market-facing and sustainable enterprises. So these self-help groups are turning into very impactful agribusinesses. We have also learned through the testimony of the farmer from Dokolo that when there is mindset shift, farmers turn from just being beneficiaries, receiving handouts, to really becoming entrepreneurs. That is also a very big lesson that we have learned. We have also learned that farmers really need innovative financing models, which are blended. So there are various pathways that we are using to really bring the farmers into the financial ecosystem. We have also learned over time that local leverage is important, and when you demonstrate value, it attracts co-investment from the private sector, from government, and farmers. And like we pointed out, we are using technology and innovation as an enabler. So when you leverage digital services, they enhance resilience and competitiveness. We are using this basically with our youth in the Busoga region. But we have also learned over time, over the last 5 years, that the strongest model is a bundled model. So we are bundling skills. That is through the trainings that we are These are some of the partners that we have worked with over the last 5 years. And like you heard speakers before me mentioning, we had the likes of the Gates Foundation. We have partnered with government, a number of multilateral agencies, but we also work with the financial institutions, the likes of Stanbic, Centenary Bank, but they are not only limited to this, but so many others. So this is a brief about our signature program. I will welcome a few questions from the audience. Thank you, and thank you for listening to me.
I think, Ronald, because of time, I'm going to restrict it to 1 or 2 questions. So kindly put up your hands, tell us which organization you represent, and if you have any questions, contributions, or concerns.
Thank you, Ronald, for sharing. Joanne here, East Africa Entrepreneurs Association. Thank you so much, Heifer, for this wonderful opportunity. I should say I commend you for the great work done. And as East Africa Entrepreneurs Association, we are an umbrella for building businesses for cross-border trade. And like you said, you're open to partnerships. We would really love to work with you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You are most welcome. We shall share our contacts, and we are looking forward to really collaborating. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much once again. My name is Joseph, okay, from Ministry of Agriculture. My colleagues, my senior colleagues have already said a lot, but just as an affirmation, I see the strength with working with the youth. And that is the future of any engagement, any project in whichever field, because that's where the sustainability and the future is. And in everything that, every engagement in any sector, let it be government or a personal investment, usually it is just one generation away from death. Now I'm looking at Heifer that has been in Uganda for my whole lifetime. And I'm seeing the relevance with which they still work with and engage the youth. And in this very gathering here, it's youthful, it's vibrant, and you see a future with it. And you're wondering, how did you maintain this? As ministry, we have also a strategy on youth engagement that we wrote, of course, way after 1982. But just not to downplay it, but this is something that we can learn from, and it is good that we're in this engagement. So thumbs up for Heifer International.
Thank you, Mr. K.
Oh, thank you very much, Ronald. Let's give Mr. Ronald Babwire a big round of applause as he takes his seat. So, ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to thank our partners, our funding partners. Ronald mentioned them, some of them on the screen, some of them are in the room with us. Let's just give a round of applause to the European Union, the MasterCard Foundation, to ABI Trust. Thank you so much. We're looking forward to many more years of partnership and relationship building. Up next, I'd like to welcome our next moderator for the next panel. He's a development economist with close to 16 years of experience in agribusiness and market systems development. Previously worked as director of programs at Heifer, Uganda for 5 years. He's passionate about the youth, agriculture, innovation, and technology. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome projects director from Heifer International Uganda, John Senyonga.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mitch, and thank you very much, Ronald, for shedding light into our journey towards 2030. Ladies and gentlemen, I think from what has been discussed, one of the things that is being emphasized time and again is partnerships. Heifer has not walked this journey alone. And from what Ronald has shared, we've even set a more ambitious goal, 1 million. And Ronald was talking about 200 something. So the question is, how do we get to the 1 million? With me is a panel of experts who are going to shed more light in terms of how do we harness these partnerships. From the last slide of Ronald, I saw many logos. Probably we need 4 times of those logos to get to the 1 million. So we want to see how we move from the 200 to the 1 million, but also how do we position Heifer to be a strong facilitator, an actor that is able to put all of us together, an enterprise development lead. And I'm going to have experts to dissect this. And to start with, we have a Ugandan programs and enterprise professional, very much associated with youth and entrepreneurship initiatives. Ladies and gentlemen, join me to welcome Nelson Casada from the MasterCard Foundation. Nelson, you are most welcome. For what we've been sharing, there's one aspect that continues to come through. How do we get to this journey without having the young women, the smallholder farmers, joining the money market? And in this conversation, we have a prominent financial sector expert who specializes in economic policy development, financial markets, inclusive finance, and regulatory frameworks. We cannot have this discussion without Mr. Joseph Lutwanama from the Financial Sector Deepening Uganda. Joseph, you are most welcome. Now, one of our greatest partners in this journey is the private sector. We can't create those jobs through the public sector or through the work we are doing alone. So the partnership with private sector is extremely key. And on the panel, we have an accomplished animal scientist, an entrepreneur who is actually very passionate about livestock, nutrition. I think this is something that has been in his blood from childhood. Please join me to welcome Mr. Peter Senkungu, founder and managing director of Nitronova Uganda Limited. Peter, you're welcome. We actually needed to have clapped louder for Peter. I've just learned of recent that he has been appointed as the chairperson of the Poultry Association of Uganda. Peter, congratulations. We cannot discuss all this without having someone from government. So we have a man who is deeply involved in private sector economic development, regional planning, coordination, initiatives to do with investment facilitation, value chain development work, Mr. Robert Paul Wamlima from the Private Sector Development Unit, Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. You are most welcome, Robert. And then, just for us also to strengthen and understand deeper, I think Dr. Margaret shared a lot and Dr. Sentumbwe. We also need to understand more, as you saw that Heifer, from history, we are still deeply rooted in the livestock sector. So we need to have some perspectives from someone who actually manages the livestock health and safety in this country. You would call her the Chief Veterinary Officer of Uganda, if I'm correct. So this is other than Dr. Anne Rose Ademun Okrut, who is the Commissioner Animal Health, Minister of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries. Dr. Anne, you are most welcome. So, ladies and gentlemen, we want to hear perspectives, views, opportunities, points of leverage from the private sector, from government, from any financing agencies. And I would like to start with my immediate neighbor, who also happens to be my boss, by the way. Yes, my second boss. If I don't add that, I may not return to Heifer. So, Nelson, we want to hear from you. You've heard what Ronald has shared. We are looking forward to walking this journey with everyone within the ecosystem. But to start with, we want to hear from you in terms of the MasterCard Foundation has been at the helm of supporting the agri-food systems in this country. But we want to understand what is it that you are focusing on at the moment? I know you are also working towards the 2030 journey. So what is your strategic focus?
Thank you, John. I hope this is not a setup. But good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Nelson Kasada. I am a lead agri-food systems at the MasterCard Foundation. I don't know how many of you in the room are aware of the MasterCard Foundation, but just briefly, John, if you allow me, we are a Canadian registered charity organization that is driven by two charitable purposes. Number one is called the relief of poverty, and number two, the advancement of education. So whatever we do happens around those two charitable objectives. And so in Uganda, as John mentioned, we work towards a 2030 strategy. This strategy is intended, aims to create 4.3 work opportunities for younger people. So from the starters, from the perspective of scale and ambition, you're right, you're dreaming with the right people, right? 4.3 younger people, and 70% of that should be younger women. So in terms of, and this strategy is driven heavily by agri-food systems transformation, because I think it was Wawire who gave us those statistics about our country and what the role agriculture plays in the transformation of this country. So our strategy in the agri-food systems is around 4 subsectors of value chains. Number 1 is where you are, livestock is one of the sectors. Number 2 is oilseeds, again, where you are, where you're playing. Number 3 is horticulture. Number 4 is coffee. And the choice of these sectors and value chains was informed through a deep diagnosis that the country conducted, or the Massacre Foundation conducted in around 2022. So that is our strategy. And I'm happy to mention John said I'm his second boss, but I call him my colleague, because the Massacre Foundation entered a partnership with Heifer International formally in 2023, right, to implement the SAI program that is being implemented in Usoga. So we are happy how you've been driving this program and transformation, but just to give you a high-level overview, that's what's driving our strategy in agri-food systems.
Thank you very much, Nelson. Allow me jump over to Joseph, because I want these things of money to come in as soon as possible. Joseph, I know you've been a key player. You are very passionate. When you speak, sometimes we feel like, how do we turn those ideas into real practical solutions? So we want to also hear from you as FSD Uganda. The agri-food systems continues to evolve. So what are your current strategic priorities within the agri-food systems?
Thank you, John. Where we sit, we look at agriculture as one of the key drivers of financial sector development. And I will explain why. What we've learned over the so many years we've been trying to drive financial inclusion and financial sector development is that the real challenge for countries like Uganda is not lack of capital. The real challenge is lack of opportunities to create value. Because money only comes in existence when there is something of value. Because I will only get money out of my pocket if there is something I'm going to buy. And the money in my pocket will not be valuable unless there is something I'm going to buy. The 50,000 shilling note in my pocket or the 50,000 shillings in my mobile money wallet is useless unless I'm going to use it to buy something. So what that means is that if you're going to increase financial inclusion, we need to enhance value. In this case, we're talking about the young people. The reason why access to finance remains a big challenge is because what would be customers or what would be customers of banks are not creating enough value to motivate access to finance. And that's why in our design, especially in the next 5 years, to drive deeper financial inclusion and active usage of financial services, we're looking at a holistic approach to driving financial inclusion, where we're not just pushing for design of financial products, because many have actually been designed and rolled out, but still active usage remains a big challenge. Though many people have bank accounts, but most of their bank accounts are dormant. most of their mobile wallets are dormant. A lot of money goes through the mobile money ecosystem, but the average balances are just under 30,000 Uganda shillings per year. So that's why partnerships with programs like the Heifer become very critical, because Heifer International, like they have just shown, they are playing a very critical role in enhancing productivity and value within the agriculture sector. So the more they're able to enhance and deepen that value, the more we're going to begin seeing more money coming into that sector. And our role is to work with partners like Heifer International to support the smallholder farmers to go beyond just growing food for consumption, to begin to look at their farms as business units, which they can harness and grow to attract more capital.
Thank you very much, Joseph. Just to build on that, Peter, Joseph talks about creating value. He's also talking about increasing productivity. But I'm sure, just to close that equation, the private sector plays a very key role here. You understand value more than any of us. So I want to hear from you, what role is Nitronova playing in the agri-food systems?
Thank you so much. All protocol observed. Nitronova is a value chain player in the poultry value chain. We started close to 17 years ago, helping improve nutrition of poultry and other livestock in the sector. And one of the impacts we've done, which has shown sustainability, is how we have uplifted the nutritional landscape in the poultry value chain mostly. 80% of our impact and where we've created value is improving nutrition at the grassroots for the different species of poultry reared by the different players in the sector. Where we started improved nutrition and supplementation of poultry was something that was very far-fetched. And we've been able to see improvement in productivity at the smallest level of a poultry farmer, improving FCR, feed conversion ratio, and making poultry systems more robust, more sustainable. And the farmers, of course, have also been able to expand their farms because they make more money as they improve their nutrition. As we're aware, nutrition serves close to 75% in the success of a poultry farmer. We work closely with women and youths in improving how they understand nutrition for their livestock. So the impact has been creating value at the smallest level of a poultry farmer and helping them make money, making it sustainable through making money, because you cannot sustain it where money is not involved. It's very key, making money and scaling their farms.
Yeah, so Peter, I would want also to hear more. It's of our interest that we nurture and build partnerships with the private sector, because we know that it's a key player. But from your experience, when you interface, especially with development partners like Heifer, what are some of the challenges you've experienced for us to be able to strengthen and grow together? Because sometimes we come with our own understanding and we are not able to fit into your models. So what are some of the challenges you've experienced, and how do you think we can maneuver and get ahead to our 2030 journey?
Thank you. Very good question. I want to reiterate one of the famous sayings. Actually, it's an African saying, but used by Al Gore. So it's attributed to Al Gore, but it's an African saying that if you want to go very fast, you go alone. But if you want to go very far, you go in a group. And this is where the value of partnership plays a lot. Partnership with the private sector, of course, with development partners, creates a bit of more of the opportunities than the challenges. But we run in different, with different approaches. And one of the key things we experience is, in most cases, we in the private sector look so much in terms of impact and sustainability and making the money. And sometimes the groups that we work with tend to be comfortable at the scale they are operating at. We want to grow them, but they seem to be a bit more comfortable where they are. And the other challenge is that we are used to looking at the numbers. But some of the groups, and sometimes when we interact with them, they're used to the handouts. So sometimes that mentality, changing it in the private sector view, becomes a challenge to some of these groups. But this is where the other saying I started with makes a lot of sense. We in the private sector bring that special ingredient of business, numbers, looking at sustainability in the business sense of it all. So this is where the partnership makes perfect sense.
And at this point, I would want to bring someone who has been facilitating these private sector partnerships. Robert, building on what Peter is sharing, I think you could help us shed more light in terms of how the private sector unit is playing in enabling and supporting private sector growth and engagement in Uganda.
Thank you, Chair. And Chair, I would like to take this singular honor also to pay tribute to Heifer on this day, today the 13th, when they are celebrating the achievements, recognizing the process, the progress, and sharing the lessons learned. It is a long story, and it can't be summarized in one day. I will stand with the earlier speakers. I would like to associate myself. I worked with Heifer when they were implementing the East African Dairy Development Project. So today, when they are celebrating success, partly I'm part of the success that Heifer is celebrating. Thank you very much, management of Heifer. Chair, back to your question. How does private sector development unit create enabling environment to private sector actors? Firstly, private sector development unit is an administrative unit in the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. It is a mechanism that government has set up to make sure that private sector maintains its role of driving the economy. You have heard of, we want to see a private sector-led economy. So that is one of the structures of making sure that the private sector really remains driving the economy of Uganda. And that's why we have the minister in charge of private sector and investment, and that is the ministry under which the unit is. We are specifically under the Directorate of Economic Development for this country. Private sector play 3 to 4 main rule issues of enabling private sector to do their work. We do what we call private sector development services. In these aspects, we address aspects of legal and regulatory reforms. Private sector, in doing their business in this country, will face constraints associated with the licenses, with the bureaucracies, and making sure before even you open a business, before even you have operated, you have spent a lot of money. And some of these issues become a nightmare if you are investing as a private sector. So Ministry of Finance, through the private sector development unit, makes sure that these constraints are identified and I brought to the attention of management and make sure that they are removed so that private sector can seamlessly conduct their businesses and contribute to the attainment of the economic targets of the country. We do value chain coordination. In value chain coordination, especially in the NDP4, most of the private sector interventions are in different programs, 20 programs. and all of them are affecting the private sector. So the Minister of Finance through the Private Sector Development Unit collects all these interventions and gives them prominence and make sure that for private sector to be competitive in this country and compete with the private sector of Kenya, of Rwanda, or of any other country, we need these things being prioritized by government. So when we identify these issues housed in the various programs of government, we give them prominence, and government guides public investment to these interventionists so that the private sector can get the easy enabled environment it requires. Also, coordination. Private sector plays a coordination role of all government agencies, ministries, agencies, and the departments on aspects of private sector, because we have the minister who is in charge of private sector. So we have to do all the coordination of all other agencies that are handling aspects of private sector and making sure that these ministries, departments, and agencies are delivering on their mandate to the benefit of private sector. And any other issue that affects private sector, Minister of Finance stands up to make sure that such issues are isolated and are given prominence so that we have the private sector that is really producing, that is competitive, and driving the economy. You may have heard the interventions of Heifer in the dairy. I think in the past 2-3 years, you had the distortion of, it was not a distortion, but we could not export milk to Kenya. But this is the transformation which had happened here in Uganda because of the interventions of Heifer. So our colleagues in the region could not accept our milk to go in that region because we can reach their market competitively. So that signified that the private players in the dairy industry were able to compete in Kenya favorably, make profit and bring money home. They can compete in Tanzania, they can compete in Rwanda and all other regions of Africa. We got also an order of supply of milk to Algeria. It is, I think, 5,000 metric tons per year. I think Dr. Demon will highlight on that one. But this is because we are able to produce competitively, so that when we go to Algeria, still the product of milk from Mbarara or from Uganda will compete with the product of milk from Brazil or from Europe in Algeria. So these are the aspects which we would like private sector to do, and the Ministry of Finance through the private sector unit is there to identify the constraints that inhibit or constrain private sector being competitive so that they can generate a useful or profitable return to the economy of Uganda. I think that is where I would like to leave it there.
Thank you very much, Mr. Robert. Dr. Anna, just to build on what Dr. Sentum was shared, Heifer started a very strong collaboration partnership with government since 1982. We know that this has evolved over time, but would want to hear, as we move towards 2030, how has Heifer been able to sustain this relationship? How is it working now? So how do we ensure that probably we strengthen it further so that we can accelerate our journey towards 2030?
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, I think. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to answer that question lastly, but first bring out a few points. The strategy at government now is that we should move our populace from production for only the stomach and move it for trade. Certainly we have moved from what they call Chidachionka, I think in some Eastern language, to actually leading us to produce for the market. We have been doing all those things, but not adequately. So I'm not saying that we have not produced for export or for sale. We've done that. Also, the strategy now is to do marketing as a stimulus of production. We have been, I think somebody mentioned that we've been producing, let's produce moringa, then we don't know where the moringa is going, then we frustrate the farmers. Whatever you eat with your hand is when you are now eating at the table. So milk hygiene. So we are designing that, and it means that our interaction with Heifer International is much more required than ever before, because Heifer International, as the body that, or one of our NGOs that deals with people at farmer level, at the grassroots, we need these people to come up. So we need to work with Heifer International in a much stronger way than what we've been doing before. Our export of meat, we managed to reach some markets in the Middle East with our goat meat. We managed to reach Egypt with some meat. I want to appreciate my colleague, Dr. Sentumwe, who was in the height of meat exports, but we need now much more than what is there. What actually hinders our trade with the international bodies is one of the most important diseases called foot and mouth disease. Now, government has come up with a program that all susceptible domestic animals will be vaccinated. So, in order to sustain this, the government has given the Ministry of Agriculture a one-off vaccine procurement facility, which has to be sustained by one of the things that we have programmed is that the farmer will pay for vaccines. So we need to work with Heifer International to reach out to everybody to accept the program. And it's a payment scheme or a revolving fund scheme. With the poultry industry, we have moved for sure, like the poultry person has talked about, Senkungu. We have moved and we are exporting. We need to produce more and export. If you realize that our country is very attractive, there are so many internationals coming to request for land to produce from our country, because our products are very good. I don't know how much time I have, but I have a lot to speak. Our products are very good. People need them and need them in quantity and quality. So this has attracted the international community to come and want to produce within this country of ours, because our products are good. Our land is very fertile and it's in the tropics, and I think it's one of our soils are good. So it's one of the things which is leading us to produce good products. We are targeting the last mile, the 16.1%, those ones where Heifer International operates. Therefore, lastly, I want also to talk about the youth. I agree with Dr. Sentumbe, who said that we need to separate the youth and the women and other groups. The youth are very, very important people. They are the larger number in our community. But the youth don't want to dig and sweat the way we did, come back with ragged clothes, and the farmer is looked at. The youth wants a .com farming. When you're doing poultry, they need to do cage poultry. And then they need to look for their market using WhatsApp. And then you'll see our youth suddenly agreeing to be farmers, because they don't want that sweatiness of cleaning the sweat like this. The hands are dirty, then you must change clothes. You must tell the people that you first tell the guest, take him to the sitting room. I first want to remove these clothes. They want to come with their tie, and they are farmers, but with a necktie. So if we want to involve youth, let's remove them from women and let's have youth. Therefore, the question is how much Dr. Juliet has already talked about our involvement with Heifer International, and your question is how do we interact more in order to improve our relationship. I would have been very happy to have been involved in the program development. What is it? Where are we focusing? In the Heifer International, not involved at the point of receiving what you have planned. So if I was in the planning, I would have already told you that we are doing the milk in this form, we are doing the meat in this form, and then probably would have designed it into the program. So I would like to also ask us to increase our level of interaction with the ministry. How much do we interact with permanent secretary, for instance, because that's the money man? Have we written to him, or have we asked Dr. Demun to come here to speak to us? And maybe she's not the one who moves the story down there. So that is my proposal, or that let's have a more formal interaction, have participation in planning in the Heifer International activities.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ann. And yes, I'm sure my colleagues have picked your contribution. And I know that from this framework, we have opportunities to co-create projects that will operationalize this framework, and we can discuss in detail. But you also share a lot of information in terms of the opportunity that lies ahead of us, even what Robert shared with the regional market, but also the value proposition of our products in terms of competitiveness. But you also share some bit of challenges in terms of how our farmers, how our women and youth can be able to compete within the region, because you mentioned in terms of standards of food quality and all those aspects. So I think we have opportunities ahead of us to be able to ride on. And coming back to you, Nelson, you've heard what Ronald has shared. And I know that we're already in partnership, but we can do more. So where do you see the strongest areas of alignment and potential collaboration as we move towards the 2030?
Thank you, Ronald. So in terms of alignment, when I think about the relationship that we have with Heifer today, I pick out one thing: trust, right? Ladies and gentlemen, if you imagine the work myself and my colleagues do, it's both an opportunity and a challenge, that you have this gift of resources that you need to steward in order to create social transformation in this country. Finding a partner that you can soundly sleep and say, I trust this partner in this country, is very rare. And I give that to Heifer. Well done. So from that point, I would say there is an opportunity to create an ecosystem of partners that are aligned in terms of their ambition to transform this country, because it's our country, right? Partners that are aligned in terms of values. I'll mention that. MasterCard Foundation operates around values like listening, co-creation, right? And those are the things that we have seen when we are operating with you, that you bring ideas on the table and we talk through them, and then you say, this is where we are going next. So for me, from the perspective of, and the other thing I would like to think about, can we go and develop value chain by value chain to industrial scale levels? If we go oil seeds, can we move away from just stimulating the production systems, go into advanced manufacturing, and go into the high value markets that the government is talking about, right? So an opportunity to say, if we are creating an ecosystem of partners that are strongly aligned in terms of direction, in terms of ambition, in terms of values and impact, then can we work together towards that? Value chain by value chain, value chain by value chain. If dairy reach goes up to industrial scale level, and we say we have landed dairy at this level, can we go back to another value chain and say, okay, beef, there is a market that we've never, actually we didn't satisfy even 2%, that Egypt Middle East market. Can we go for those opportunities, land it? So we'll be happy to work with partners like that at such a level.
Thank you very much, Nelson. You talk about scaling up, industrializing, and Joseph, we need resources for investment if we have to take that direction. So, and I know that we're already in partnership, FSDU and Heifer, but based on the journey that we would want to walk right now, how do you see our partnership evolving so that we are able to scale up towards the 2030 and also tap on all these opportunities that government is sharing and what Nelson is also sharing with us?
Two things stand out. One is we need to have more tailored capacity building for the young people. And I'll look at it from three perspectives. We need to help them learn how to make money, how to manage that money, and how to multiply that money. So that they're not just looking at growing soya and be excited about soya, but how do I make money and money sustainably? How do I manage that money and how do I? So it's a different type of capacity building, a different type of financial literacy and financial capability, one that is targeted at actually transforming these smallholder farmers into viable, profitable, and scalable businesses. Those are the type of businesses that will attract the funding that will be able to get us into industrialization. The other thing is technology. How do we harness technology to increase efficiency of linkages in the value chains? And that will require us to digitize the young people. They need to become digital. But also we need to digitize the activities in the value chains, meaning that we need to move from cash to making transactions digitally, because that then brings our markets out of the shadows into the open, and that's what's going to unlock finance. I'm willing to give you 100 million if I can clearly see where the produce is coming from, where it's heading, and how much money is being made at every point of the journey from the farmer to the factory and eventually to the customer. If I have clarity of that, even if you don't have a cent in your bank account, that in itself is value I'm willing to finance. And that can only be harnessed through technology.
Thank you very much. And Peter, I understand we've just formalized a partnership with you, which comes in at a very opportune time as we start this journey towards 2030. But also, not only as Nitronova, you come from the Poultry Association of Uganda, and Ronald shared that poultry is one of our priority value chains, especially for supporting young women and youth to get into the agribusiness space. So as Nitronova and as the Poultry Association of Uganda, what opportunities are you eyeing right now in view of our signature program?
Thank you so much. As the Poultry Association, growing these partnerships gives us an opportunity to bring the resources that we have as players in the sector to empower the youth and women who are at the bottom line of the production chain. One of the things we've seen in the poultry sector that the youth and women play a vital role in terms of increasing productivity. But they are also very key in promoting consumption. Uganda has one of the lowest per capita consumption of eggs. And one of the drives we annually participate in, and even this year, every year, is ensuring that we drive capacity and homestead production and consumption of eggs. This comes handy in improving, for example, nutrition at the homestead level, but also improving on the incomes at the homestead level. So through the Poultry Association and working together with Nutrinova and Heifer, it gives us the linkage to these groups that will cascade and promote the objectives of the Poultry Association and for the country at large. We have seen enormous interest in poultry, as one of my colleagues talked about, in terms of scaling. And Dr. Ademon also talked about it, a lot of interest because of our position, our weather. We produce a lot of raw materials, and still the regional connection. We are, yes, they call Uganda landlocked, but we prefer to call it land connected. We're producing for Congo, we produce for Sudan, we produce for Kenya, part of the eggs and meat. So stimulating this production at the grassroots with women and youth is very important for us in improving the basket in terms of productivity, both quality and quantity. So this linkage promotes this objective for us to reach the goal of improving, first of all, production and consumption.
Thank you very much. And from what you've shared and what Nelson and Joseph have shared, Mr. Robert, we see that the private sector unit, I think, is a very important opportunity for us to leverage. And it's important for us to hear from you, what is that existing platform, or how can all these partners be able to tap into your technical and facilitation support to be able to drive what we are looking forward to?
Thank you, Chair. Once again, I think firstly I will start with the private sector. There are mechanisms to deal with the government and get government support in doing your businesses or doing investments and making sure that you get a fair return on investment. Strategically, government has now, there is what we call the 10-fold growth strategy. The 10-fold growth strategy is emphasizing ATMs. ATMs is synonymous to ATMs of the bank. It is it stands for agro-industrialization, tourism, mineral-based value addition, science and technology, and innovation. Now, these are the priority areas. I realize that most of the things Heifer is doing, it has two entry points, agro-industrialization and STI. And the money now has been tapped or prepared along these routes. So you as private investors, if you target your investment in agro-industrialization is big. Here we are talking mainly on production, but we look at the entire value chain, adding value up to the export. That is what government has prioritized, and monies have put alongside that. STI, science, technology, and innovation, which Heifer is already doing. If investments are in those areas, you'll unlock public investments from government and you'll be supported. Specifically for what Heifer is doing under dairy, we have been able to, after last year, we established a scheme called the Large Scale Farmers Scheme, Financing Scheme. Now this is a scheme that is focused on food and feed security. Eligible investors, private sector, from private sector, can access this money and produce to scale for human consumption but also for animal consumption. For animal consumption, if you are getting crop residues and maybe other things and adding value, producing for animals, just like you produce for humans, you produce food for feed for animals, there is a scheme there which is being implemented through housing finance and Pearl Bank. What government has done, when you access this funding, you don't pay interest. Government is paying interest. When you go to these banks, you pick money, you will return the money the way it is. They will not charge you interest because government has already paid interest. So such are the platforms that investors, private sector investors can leverage on, which government has provided to make sure that they can deploy these resources in their engagements, add value on their production, and make sure that they get a return for them. Also aligned to this, what is coming up clearly now, the government is also prioritizing the area-based commodity development program. These are programs or platforms that are going to have resources tagged there purposely for private sector to take advantage of. It is not like PDM, it is not yet launched, but the program is in operation. It's a program which will operate in all the 15 sub-regions, and Heifer is everywhere in the country. So I think this is a very clear and good platform for private investors, you and me, to make sure that we tap into these programs and get government support to make sure that we are more competitive in our intervention is. And Heifer being what it is, I think for Heifer will be a very good implementing partner under this program, because the ABCD program is not going to create new structures. It will use the government existing structures, but at the sub-regional level. So when Heifer is at sub-region, I think we'll find it very handy to make sure that it is involved in the implementation. I think these are part of the few platforms that I can highlight now.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Robert. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we've done a good job. We want to get to your parting shots to be able to conclude this discussion. And I would want to start with you, Dr. Ann. I know you've already shared words of wisdom in terms of how we can harness our partnership and collaboration with government. But if you have any one last word that you think from our history as Heifer, how we've moved and where we are heading, what is that one important thing that we should not forget and maybe we have to move along with?
Thank you very much. The one most important thing which I think is just for us to address the way we improve our collaboration, and basically that's what we want. But maybe before I give up the mic, I would just like to emphasize on the stimulating production by marketing. I want to give an example of promotion of egg eating at home. Where I come from, when the hen is laying and I don't have money to buy coatem, I will pick 2 eggs and go and sell them, and then I get money to buy coatem. So I think that we can push our population to try and ask them to eat the eggs. But if the eggs can even bring a change in life by me buying medicine for malaria, it means that the core aspect is to get our people out of poverty, encourage them to have more eggs to sell, to buy the coatem, then there can be finally an egg for the child at home. Thank you so much.
In 1 minute, I want to hear, Joseph, what could be your parting shot? You've heard about what we are looking forward. Any last word that you think is important for us to pocket as we move out of this room?
No, I'll just emphasize the last 2 points I made. If we can extract as much value from the young people, and if we can be able to harness the power and value of technology to do that, we shall be able to probably even exceed our targets.
Thank you very much. And you, Peter, any parting shots?
maybe away from the mainstream, increasing linkages with implementing partners. I had a chance to walk around with, at the stalls today, the good Ugandans exhibiting outside there. And I met a young man, the young lady they are producing soya under the project, one of the projects. And one of the challenges they have is market for soya. And I was like, wow, how could this happen? In the poultry sector right now, one of the biggest challenges is actually in the livestock sector is access to protein. Throughout the value chain, we don't have enough protein. We are right now importing soya from Zambia, DOC from India, but then there's someone who is saying they don't have market. So that means there's a gap in information and sharing. So that linkage, I think, is something that needs to be harnessed. It will be very unfortunate that we produce milk and we lack the market, and yet locally, the consumption is not to the tune, to the global tune that is required, just like the eggs. We're stimulating the production, but the Ugandans themselves are not eating eggs. So increasing the linkages across the partners is very critical in pushing sustainability.
Thank you very much. Partnership, collaboration, linkages, and you, Nelson, any parting shots?
Okay. I will mention 4. Number 1 is that let's continue to design at the scale of the challenge. If you imagine the challenge that we have for finding work for younger people, for transforming communities, a number like 1 million by 2030, I think you're writing within at least at the scale of the challenge. And let's continue to do that. The second one will be, how can we build ecosystems at scale? We are here. We have a lot, by the way. If you look at the representation here, government, development partners, private sector, can we coordinate and align better? The third one would be, let's transform agri-food systems, but can we transform around younger people? Because if you think about the energy and innovation that they bring, if we can tap into that and modernize as a driving force for us to transform the sector and drive impact, it will be really, really great. That will be my parting shot.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a round of applause for our panelists. Thank you very much. You've done us well. I would like to request you to come forward for the photo as I hand over to Dr. Mitch.
Thank you very much, John. Let's give them a big round of applause. So, ladies and gentlemen, as they're clearing the platform, we'd like to get your feedback from that particular session, and actually feedback from the entire workshop. At the back of your name tags, there's a QR code. We'd like you to quickly scan it and do a quick survey on what are the things which went well, what are the things which you didn't appreciate, things that made you happy, things that didn't make you happy. So, but at the same time, I'd like to hear from people out loud and proud. What are the aspects from this particular discussion which stood out for you? So just put up your hand, say, hi, this is me, that's my name, this is my organization. Feel free to give us your perspective.
Good afternoon, everyone. Sumaya Namala is my name. I serve at ABI Development Limited. I want to recognize the presence of my CEO, Mr. Degea Secheru. To me, what stood out today is the organic story of Heifer, from where it started in 1980s to where it is now. It shows a story of an organization which is intentional. It works with everyone they need to work with so that they can grow to scale. Thank you.
Very true. Thank you, Sumaya. I think that was very important. A lot of people don't understand the number of years that are in play here. And when you see the growth and above all the impact, and I think we've heard about that.
Yes, Sylvester Sonia, it's my name, Deputy Kawaganga. For me, what I've learned, how Heifer survived is to have close collaboration with government. Strictly, they have been supplementing the effort of the government. That is why we have really recorded very wonderful achievements. Even right now, the interventions they're having, for example, in Uganda, the way they have brought up the community at grassroots level, totally from grassroots level, where you can see how the local person has appreciated the interventions of Heifer and the way the government, for example, the PDM, we have really fitted very well, whereby the persons, the beneficiaries, they have trained, they have built capacity, have really incorporated them as the beneficiaries of PDM. And they are doing very well because Heifer has helped to build their capacity. They train the beneficiaries. Now those people have the skills, and eventually, when it comes to recoveries of the interventions of PDM, very wonderful, and the success of stories are very well on the ground.
Thank you very much. Okay, I'll take two last presentations and insights from this table, and then we've got a special presentation before we have our lunch.
Okay, thank you, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Steven Echat. I work for Farm Radio International. It is a communication for development organization, not a radio station. So yeah, basically, I appreciate the work that Heifer is doing, and I want to add on to the conversations around scale. With the focus of 2030, we need really to see that to reach that 1 million and beyond, we need to have a very clear communication strategy in order really to reach a large number of people, even beyond the 1 million. So we need to have that conversation whereby we move to have the communication around those results, the practices and innovations at scale. It is a very important aspect for us to achieve what we are planning in this Signature Tune program. So a clear communication strategy for this is very important. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm Namukose Sylvia from Namutumba District, Eastern Region. I just want to thank Heifer for not leaving us behind, we people, the so-called PWDs. They gave us the opportunity of joining different people, yet other projects were leaving us behind. May God bless you.
Thank you for the opportunity. Consolata Chai is my name, from Ministry of Agriculture. I want to take the opportunity to also appreciate very much Heifer International, especially looking at the youth. That's where I've been strongly involved. They have picked the young people. They did not stop there. You know, most organizations come in, touch on a little bit, and they disappear. I believe probably they have stood the test of time from 82 to now because they lift you and walk along with you. You are not dropped along the way. And maybe this is also a lesson for the other organizations that are here. Please, walk with your partner. Walk with the team that you are building capacity on. Carry them. Don't just let them be there. Walk through with them. So if you're able to do that, I think we can move a long way. So probably the 1 million small-scale farmers we need, hands put together, we can do a lot more. I too want to appreciate them working with us, the ministry. You know, they don't come at the 11th hour. I think they've also held our hands. I don't know who is holding whose hand anyway, whether we held theirs or they're holding ours. But I know that they have not abandoned the ministry. We have moved a long way. When I sat with the minister here and I was trying to whisper with him, he says, I know them very well. We have been with them all this while. This particular one, we cannot let them go. So I want to appreciate Heifer International for what you're doing. And you cannot afford to do less. Let's move and do more. Thank you very much.
William, we have so many people who want to say nice things about you. If I were you, I would quickly on your socials get a program going saying, send us your messages, give us your story, tell your Heifer story. You'd have so much feedback. Ladies and gentlemen, I have so little time. I'm going to allow only one more person, only because we used to work together. But squeeze that one question, and then we've got a fantastic performance. But if you do have a feedback, please see the entire team. We can get your feedback in written, in video, and we'd love to hear from you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Michi. Ladies and gentlemen, standing before you is my guide, David Harry. I'm the newly elected president for the Hotel General Managers Association of Uganda. It's something brand new to most of you. So often you're going to be seeing me moving around. In the aspect of time, let me go straight to the instructions of Dr. Michi that I should use the least I can. I would love to applaud Heifer International. I heard about this convenience and the invitation because of the projects we're having as hospitality professionals. We had the big challenge that most farmers were not producing vegetables and assorted spices up to the standards we wanted. You know it so well that our brother Mandela is doing his own farming for the spices he uses in Cafe Javas. So as managers, we're having projects doing this to ourselves, and I wanted to bring it to Heifer International and partners know that at the Hotel General Managers Forum, we are doing a lot of research to see how we can better the supply in our hospitality industry. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, so the best way to wrap up an engagement of this magnitude is with a powerful performance. So please welcome performing a Heifer International Uganda transformational journey called From Cow to Capital. Please welcome the Platinums Dancers.
it was very critical to find out what resource can have multiplier effect within the communities. You look at the cow giving you milk for nutrition, but also milk for money. You get the dung, which gets into the fertilizer for your crops, to biogas, and so all these are basically around one animal, which is the cow. And that's why the cow was chosen to be a key element in addressing the aspects of poverty in the communities we are serving, but also looking at environmental mitigation.
Had the heifer not come to the northern Uganda by now, the situation would be bad. There would be no help to help our children. Some of them would have not even be alive by now because we could not take them to the hospital. They would not have gone to school.
There are many people I meet around town, and if I introduce myself that I work for Heifer, they tell me, you know what, we got a cow from Heifer, and that cow enabled to pay my school fees, and that's why I'm a bank manager. So you could see that over time, Heifer's work and projects have been sustainable.
The HPI were already giving animals to Church of Uganda. Then after that, they came and visited also us. They gave us one animal.
Ano diang enini matiri maki mina ki group ki bor la fu la wara matiri ana cha gwakane alibario ka pa wiya rio.
We were 7 women. Then other women started joining us later. When they came for the second time, they found that we had prepared more farmers and better preparation. They gave us 9 animals. That is how it started.
Bargaining for the price was not a problem because we were collecting the milk there at the dairy. Everywhere they were asking for my milk, even up to now. They come almost daily. They want milk. They say my milk is good. They don't want the other milk of the other people. They say they infiltrate it.
At first, people had another idea altogether of a Frisian, that keeping the Frisian cow was only for rich people. It's only Heifer that came up and emphasized that even poor people can rear such a cows. So when we learned the training and we started training these people, finally, they too realized that they can manage.
Tumaze mufumbe myaka 4 ate ne tutandika okulonda mu mwaka gwa 1994 n'ente ya Mado Heifer.
Mkulu Reverend Father Peter Senkai ng'ayita muno n'abakulu abalala aga ffe tujja kuwa ente tukunnyonnyole n'ente bw'etambula. Baagimpa nga nnyana naye ng'eyina eggwako. Wano wennyini we tuyimiridde emmotoka we yayimirira n'evaako. Ente yansanyusa nagyagala. Awo we nnyingirira mu bulunzi buno.
Most of dairy cattle were kept in large scale, no paddocks, but Heifer brought in zero grazing for the small scale farmers. And in order to implement it, we had to emphasize training of farmers.
Ente eyinza okufa. Mulino ogamba nti diversion eriwa era n'agitandika ddi. In that tekimu ku byo bukibanga ekikola bwe kino kisigala nga kisitandinga. Kati ekyo obwongo ne bukireeta mangu tetujja kubeera ku nte kwokka. Naye katugatteko n'enkoko.
Heifer has helped us to mobilize the farmers. They help us to educate the farmers. We started with a core of 2,000 litres and 20 members. Now, over the years, today, we have about 400 members, but we serve 800 farmers. So there are farmers who bring milk to us, but who are not members. The cooperative bulks or collects 35,000 liters of milk a day. A year, we sell milk of about 14 billion. Now, if we break that one into 12 months, you can see it is of $1 billion per month. And we pay twice a month. So it's like 600 million per 15 days. Now, that money, we don't take it as a cooperative. Actually, we collect very little. From a liter of milk, we get only 200 shillings. So the bulk of the money goes to the farmers. So you can imagine a community like this one getting over 600 million per 15 days. The impact is very tremendous.
Omuntu uruwenka nahendeka munonga konka tukorera omu group nkitwangwira, and even government neyenda groups.
First of all, it's about organizing them into viable producer organization or farmer entities. Number two, it's about building their capacity, capacity to ensure that they have the technical skills that can enable them to be able to produce efficiently and effectively. And that's why we focus on that skills enhancement.
Tuzeereza ebyokurya supplementinga konka obunge tukabiha nabo Heifer International yabene bitwegesa aba IAD South African Diaries tukatwine community facilitators abemba tushemesa.
Today, Heifer Uganda's market systems development approach extends even farther. It focuses on creating an enabling environment for farmers by strengthening market linkages, promoting financial inclusion, technology, and fostering partnerships.
We've seen a young person from knowing nothing about business to being incubated and setting up enterprises, and the enterprises are growing.
I'm a subsistence farmer who used the nut to grow big part of groundnuts. I was not taking the agriculture as a business. I was harvesting just a benzene. After joining this organization, we put some commitment like it was 50,000 shillings. They gave us 50 kilograms of groundnuts and 25 kilograms of DAP we used in the garden. So from there, I got 1 acre. I cultivated it and I harvested 12 sacks from it.
We have another investment which is called AYUTE, and AYUTE is an acronym of A, agriculture, Y, youth, and T, technology. And our thinking was, if you combine the energy of the young African, combine it with technology, it can spark the transformation of the agriculture sector. We have one young interesting guy called Sally. He came up with a simple idea. So instead of farmers going to the markets and they buy tomato seeds and they plant, most times those farmers were being faced with the challenge of getting what we call a bright wilt. For him, he started grafting tomatoes. So when you plant it, you're sure that you're not going to lose your crop. It will sprout, grow, and then you can be able to harvest your tomatoes.
A farmer loses between 20 to 30% of the seeds or the seedlings at the nursery stage, simply because of the poor management practices. The focus is more on the root system. So once you transplant, we assure you 98% of your seedlings will pick up.
We've set ourselves that by 2030, globally, we want to engage close to about 30 million smallholder farmers, and we're committed. And our focus is really going to be a lot on empowering women, empowering youth, empowering marginalized communities to meaningfully engage in the money economy, because that's what guarantees sustainability, that's what guarantees